Story by Bonga Bonga, Mickey Mouse and the Missing Employee. I stopped by an antique store in my neighborhood on my way to meet a friend. Said hi to the owner couple as usual. They were assisting some customer. I was just killing time and I saw an old Mickey Mouse pin on a shelf behind glass and figured I'd wait till the owners were done assisting to ask them about the pin. Then, an older lady behind the counter asked if I needed assistance. I hadn't seen her before at the store or noticed her when I came in, but I asked about the pin. She gave me some info, pointed at something else, but said that she couldn't open any cabinets and that I'd have to get help from the new owners. I just said, "Sure, thanks, I'll wait," or something like that, and browsed while I waited. The lady, I remember, was kind, but a bit too old to be working there. After a few minutes, the owners were still busy, and I had to leave. And as I was heading out, one of the owners asked if I had a question about something, and said that I had looked deep in thought, mumbling to myself by the counter. I said I had asked the lady about a Mickey Mouse pin, and that I'd be back the next day to check it out. The owner said, "Which lady?" and looked at the desk, and there was no one there, and no one in the store apart from myself, the owners, and that customer. There was a back room at the store, but it was right next to the entrance, where I was now standing. So the old lady would have had to pass me on the way out, which, in this tiny shelf-crowded store, wasn't possible. I felt a bit weird, but mostly stupid, and said, "Ha, yeah, and goodbye," and left. And when I walked past the windows, I swear I saw the older lady standing behind the counter again. Some time later, I visited the store, checked out the pin, but felt weird about it and knew that if I'd buy the pin, I'd probably always think about this lady, who I seriously don't believe existed at all, or something, I don't know. Story by Poduska Snope, now featuring Delayed Gravity. Alright, so this is the first time I've experienced a glitch like this. Everything else I could explain away with being a little bit of a space cadet, but this I have no explanation for. I would love someone to just be like, "Oh yeah, the Mazda CRX-5 has this hidden compartment that will throw things out of it if they land in there after 24 hours. So please tell me if that is the case. I'm far too baffled by this." So yesterday, I was driving home and I always put my flume, it's a vape, don't lecture me please, my mom already told me it was the universe telling me to stop vaping, between my legs while I'm driving. It was there the whole way home, and I literally hit it within 10 minutes of pulling into my parking spot. I get home and gather my stuff to go up to my apartment and reach between my legs to grab it, and it's not there. I do the obligatory search through all the usual suspects, and then proceed to look in the back seat, under the seats, in the center console, the door, my bags, etc. It's nowhere. I accept my fate, and proceed to find another in my apartment that I used for the night before, and getting a new one in the morning. Today, 24 hours later, I get into my car at work, settle into my seat, and something hits the top back of my head, hard. I'm not talking about a soft drop. It felt like it was thrown at me by a freaking baseball pitcher. The thing proceeds to fall between the back of my shoulder and the car seat, and I look, and it's my flume. I mark my flumes each time so I know which one is new, because I'm not great at throwing out my old ones. This was the same flume. Now for some good info. I drive a windy road to work, so if it was on top of the headrest, it would have fallen off ages prior. I use my mirror every morning because I like to get to work early and do my makeup there because it's a 45-minute drive and it helps me decompress, so the mirror has already been opened and shut between now and then. I don't open my sunshade, and even if I did, I checked, and it could not fit up there. No one was hiding in the back of my car, so I checked immediately, obviously. I am baffled. It literally felt like it was thrown at the top back of my head. What the hell? What the hell? I had not started the car at all. It was still in park and turned off. I keep thinking about this, and there's another thing that makes it even more irrational. The point at which it hit my head was still below the top of my headrest, which means, physically, to have the force it had, It would have had to come from either through the headrest and ignore matter, or it would have had to drop from above my head and defy physics. I'm so freaking confused. As a skeptic, please help. Story by Hispania Obscura. An orange ticket and migraine. It happened to me some 30 years ago. I took the usual bus from my university to my home, but was experiencing a heavy headache. Back then, the bus tickets were color-coded by day, and I got my orange ticket and got on the bus together with other people with the same ticket color. Then I sat down in the middle and closed my eyes. When my stop was near, I opened my eyes and felt off. All the people around me looked different. It's not like I was paying special attention, mind you, just the general awareness of the people that were close by when the trip started, and I was pretty sure these others were different. I asked to get off at my stop, but the driver told me I had to pay because he hadn't seen me getting in. I showed him the orange ticket, and he told me the tickets were blue that day. I started to argue, but then noticed everyone else had blue tickets, so I paid again, confused. During my walk home, I stopped by a public phone, it was the 90s, to call up a friend. Dialed her home number, but a man answered and told me it was the wrong number. Called again, same result. I was even more confused and my head was killing me, so I hurried home. I found it strange that the house was empty, since my parents very rarely went out. Called their names, but finally collapsed in my bed and fell asleep. An hour later, I woke up and when I got out of my room, my parents were there, telling me they had been there all day and confused as to how they didn't notice me arriving. I dialed my friend again, she answered, and told me no one else had been at their house all day. Still don't know what to make of it. Nothing weird has happened to me ever since. Story by Ashatabel, Where Things Go Between Thoughts. Let me preface by saying that I live alone and have had no visitors in over 6 months, at least none that I'm aware of, and no one else has a key to my house but me. I woke up this morning and found lying on the bathroom floor a partially used up roll of toilet paper, a roll with about a few days left on it. Aside from the fact that I have never and cannot fathom a situation where I would use most of a roll and then take it off the holder to put a whole new one on when that much was still on the roll, but there should have been no one else in the house who would do that either. And if I did for some reason, I would have thrown it away and not placed it in the middle of the bathroom floor. The roll on the holder is not new either. It has been there a few days. But I know I did not do this. And I don't sleepwalk either. I wear 2 plastic night splint boots on both feet that take some doing getting in and out of, for plantar fasciitis. That includes unbuckling several straps, and you can't walk on those without breaking them. And I don't use toilet paper for any other purpose. I have a box of tissues in the bathroom and a roll of paper towels. The existence of this item is puzzling. I have heard of spirits and fae taking things, and also relocating things and even duplicating things, but this situation is a bit odd and is creeping me out a bit. Story by Skits Happen Bro, Dreams with Ground Rules. Not really that crazy of a story, but I got into metal detecting a few years back, and a buddy of mine asked me to come over to detect a spot in his yard. He said he had a slew of dreams about this particular spot in which he'd dig a hole and find treasure there. Now this guy, I have known since we were at least 12, and he's not the type to say something like that and then laugh it off. He meant it. He'd had the dream more than once, which apparently makes it more real, and he kept bringing it up every time I saw him, just kind of leaving it there in the conversation, like a stone I was supposed to trip over. So eventually I said, yeah, fine, I'll bring the detector. I wasn't expecting anything. That part is important. I'd been out enough times by then, by myself, not at his place, to know how it goes. You get a signal, you dig, you find a pull tab or a corroded penny from 1987 or nothing at all. Just a clump of iron black dirt and a sense that you've wasted 20 minutes of your afternoon and definitely picked the wrong hobby. The machine doesn't care what you're hoping for, it just beeps. But I drove over on a Saturday with the detector in my trunk, and we walked out to the spot he'd been dreaming about, which was an unassuming little patch near the back fence where nothing much grew. He stood there kind of serious about it, arms crossed, watching me sweep. It felt like he was role-playing as a supervisor. I was doing my thing, listening to the tones, thinking about whether I'd eaten enough for breakfast, and then the machine pinged. Solid signal. Right there, exactly where he'd said. We both looked at each other. Neither of us said anything for a second because what do you even say? I started digging. The hole wasn't deep. Whatever it was had been sitting close to the surface, patient, just under the grass line. That's a critical fact. The grass was a bit patchy, but completely undisturbed by any prior digging, and when I finally worked it loose and held it up, it was a horseshoe. Old one too, heavy and oxidized, that looked like it had been in the ground long enough to be a fossil. We both stared at it for a moment and then started laughing. Lucky, I said. Sure, he said. Sure it is. Too bad it wasn't a damn treasure chest. But honestly, I've thought about that afternoon more than I probably should have. The ping exactly where he said, that part still gets me a little. Also, my friend is not a prankster, and the only way this even could have been pulling my leg is if he planned it out months in advance, finding a rusted horseshoe, digging the hole months before to let the earth settle and some grass to regrow over top, if that's actually what he did. Wow. But I don't think so. Story by Kupo777. The alley cache bugged out. This actually happened maybe only 7 months ago, and it's pretty creepy, so strap in. It was about 11 or midnight-ish, and I was in bed scrolling on my phone, and somehow I noticed it was dark in my room. Now that sounds stupid, but like it was too dark. Like when a really small detail is out of place that even you're surprised you spotted. And I put my phone down and looked at my curtains and realized that the streetlights were out, which is why it was so dark. And so I got up and opened my curtains and noticed that we were having a blackout. I could hear a quiet sound like it was coming from down the street, and opened my window to listen better, and realized it was an alarm. I don't know why I felt so compelled to go out and find it, but I did. At midnight I got dressed and walked down the street in a blackout to find the alarm. Now on the way to the main square of the town I live in, you have to walk by a William Hill, and then there's an alleyway right past it. Here's where the creepy, unexplained stuff happened. As I walk by, I hear some sniffling and weeping. I look down the alleyway, and from the low moonlight I could make out the features of a little girl, balled up, leaning against the wall, or at least I could see a black silhouette of a girl, since it's still a complete blackout at this point. I stood there sort of frozen, sort of scared, but not enough to feel I had to walk away. After a few moments, I called out, asking if she was okay, but I didn't get a response. I saw the outline of her head shift and turn in my direction. I crap you not. At that exact moment, all the power in the town came back on, and honestly, I wish it didn't. As all the light came back on, including the light in the alley, the girl completely and utterly vanished. No more crying or sniffling, no one sat there. I cannot even begin to explain how my entire body ran freezing cold at that moment. I thought the world itself was playing a sick joke on me. The power in the town went out again, another blackout. And the girl was back, still balled up in the same spot. Her head still turned, looking at me, still softly crying, but still too dark to see anything about her. That's when I noped out of there and ran faster than ever. Like my body was moving on pure adrenaline, and ran back home and hopped back in bed, waiting for the power to come back, and just stayed awake till like 6 a.m., just wondering if any of that really happened to me. I still think about it regularly now. Story by AtlantDios000. Expresso yourself. The story I'm about to tell you took place some years ago in 2022 and 2023. At the time, I had just started boxing and went to practice in the evenings. Monday through Friday, almost every day, mostly out of habit and not because it was closer. I would pass through a specific part of my city. From 1990 to 2010, the area was full of small cafes, coffee houses, bars, and some shabby bars. You know those bars where the waitresses and bartenders will hang out with the customers for an extra fee? Some are still there, but today, most of the shops have been replaced by other businesses unrelated to serving drinks. One evening, as I was walking through there, rather hurriedly because I was running late for boxing practice, as I walked, I clearly saw a shop with a sign outside that read, "Cafe The Meeting." I thought, a new cafe here? Come on, man. Lately everything's been closing down. But I didn't think much of it. As far as I remember, the place had a 2000s vibe, but I was in such a hurry that nothing strange crossed my mind, so I didn't even have much time to think. The next day, before practice, I decided to go back there to check out this new place up close. But what a surprise, I couldn't find the place anywhere. I looked down the street I'd walked down yesterday, once, twice, but nothing. A year went by, and every now and then, I'd think about the story. It just so happened that I had some business at a bank located in that area. I arrived and decided to go sit at a cafe nearby because the bank wasn't open yet. Since I was there, I asked the cafe owner about the ghost cafe I had seen the previous year. The owner told me that the cafe had indeed existed, but had closed over 10 years ago. I immediately pulled out my phone and looked it up on Google Street View, and sure enough, the cafe was real. I have no idea how this happened. It's perhaps one of the most mind-blowing, metaphysical, glitch-in-the-matrix type things I've ever experienced. Story by Anonymous. Visitor policy not found. During my wife's hospital stay for her hysterectomy, I slept in her room. Though I hate hospitals, as I think most people do, I slept quite well. But one night there, I saw a young boy, barely 5. He wandered past the open room door. My wife feels safer with it open. This little boy stopped at the edge of the frame, a few seconds passed, and he moved on. Very odd. This is almost midnight. Concerningly, after a few more seconds, he comes back from the opposite direction, stands directly in the middle of the door, and stares at us. Not a single word said. My wife was still sleeping. I awoke a couple minutes before the kid came by. I don't think by him. He made no noise at all. I was feeling all wrong about this, but still, I'm an adult, so I have to help. Clearly this kid is lost, maybe sleepwalking. So I try to speak to him, but he's almost catatonic. Doesn't move, barely blinks. I walk to the door and squeeze past him, trying not to wake him because that's where my head is at. Don't wake sleepwalking people. It's bad for them, is what I heard. There's a central area with a receptionist or clerical lady not far from our room, just around the corner, so I walk there briskly. The kid is still staring into our room, purely at my sleeping wife now. I round the corner, see the lady at the desk, and she's one step short from sleepwalking herself. I speak to her and try to tell her about the kid, but she interrupts me saying there aren't any children or young boys on this floor. Maybe he's from a different floor and wandered down the steps? She can't reveal patient info, so I just ask her to come with me. We round the corner, and of course the boy is gone now. I softly sprint to our room, not really fearing for my wife or anything, but still, a strange kid unaccounted for, who knows? He's not in our room, and now the lady doesn't really believe me, but it's protocol to report any kind of missing kid. She returns to her desk and does that, and as far as I know, no missing kids were found. I doubt they'd tell me though, but still, it felt mystical, for lack of a better word, an experience I wish my wife was awake to bear with me. She did go through with the procedure without a hitch, and we were back home soon after. So the boy wasn't an omen or reaper or anything like that. Story by Minnie MHLK72. If you see her, run. I was 10 years old, sister 2. My sister and I were just normal kids with normal parents who were both alive and well, which makes the following dream all the more bizarre. In the dream, we were in an orphanage. The dream felt materially real, but with normal dream disturbances and floatiness. It had cold hallways and cathedral ceilings. Eerily quiet it was. My sister was there with me, and there was a caretaker too. At first, nothing seemed wrong in this lucid state. The caretaker was just there, watching us. But it didn't take too long for the shoe to drop. I don't know how to describe it exactly. Dreams can turn completely bonkers, monkeys on cake strange instantly, but still. So the caretaker's whole energy changed. No, not monkey style. Instead, she felt dangerous. By the end, we were running, full sprint through those hallways, the caretaker behind us, and all I had was one thought: get my sister out. It felt like a Resident Evil game with the giant lady in fancy clothes coming for us. And this was well before either of us played it. In heart-pounding panic, eventually I found a window. I helped my sister through it first, literally pushed her out, and made sure she was clear. And then, before I followed, I told her to wake me up. Odd thing to say in a dream state, but I was very lucid, very aware, even though I was terrified that it was a dream. So I specifically told her to wake me up. I instinctively knew that was a key to escape. Sounds conflicting, to know it's a dream yet to need an escape. It was a confining nightmare. A few seconds later, I felt a jolt back into my own body, my own bedroom, my own bed. My sister was standing there. She had woken me up. We stared at each other without a syllable leaving our lips, because we both knew what it meant. She had woken me up because of her dream and my dream, the same dream simultaneously. We were running from the same thing in that nightmare realm, being chased by the resident lady. And somehow, across whatever strange invisible ethereal rope separates two people's sleeping minds, I told her to wake me up, and she did, because that's what she needed to do. It's never happened again, not once in 15 years. We've talked about it a handful of times over the years when our conversations drift off into the naturally weird and spooky atmosphere. When someone asks if you believe in anything you can't explain, we always arrive at the same place: we don't know. We genuinely don't know. Did our shared terror mean anything? Was it a warning? If it was, neither of us had any clue what it meant. We didn't change any of our choices, nor was there any obvious connection, like a big lady being dangerous and to avoid her. And our parents are still together and alive, so why an orphanage? But it was a cool thing to experience anyway. I suspect most 10-year-olds would have much more lingering trauma from something like this, but not us. We're sisters bonded for life, and we're well before this. Nothing will break us. Yeah, shared dreams, again, I think it's like quantum entanglement, where people who are closely connected, siblings often, parents, very closely bonded friends, close friends, not acquaintances, can become synced. Their brains mesh together via some ethereal rope, as you kind of allude to, some tether between brains that we can't see or detect, at least for right now. And this linking can interact even in the dreamscape. Now, was this actually some supernatural entity that was infiltrating your dreams and trying to terrorize you? And if the Resident Evil lady did catch you in the dream, that you'd die in real life or something like that? I don't think so. I think it really was just a nightmare that you were sharing together in real time. It's like, I think we're in a simulation. So this would be a simulation in a simulation. It's the inception, how deep does a rabbit hole go? Can you dream within a simulation within a dream? You get the idea. But you were both aware. Actually, you didn't mention if she was fully aware. She woke up and remembered the dream, but was she lucid during it? Maybe. The only anomaly is how you describe the dream, or nightmare, I guess is a more appropriate way to frame it, as being so lucid and material and, still had the dream weirdness, but I've never been fully lucid in a dream before. Maybe halfway there. I don't remember the dream itself. I just remember the feeling of being slightly aware that it was a dream. But it's odd because I know it's a dream, but I kind of interact with the dream world as if it's not. I don't know if anyone else has experienced that. But yeah, I think minds can be linked. As simple as that. If you're really close with someone. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And yeah, even in nightmare situations. Story by Sano User. The Temporary Door DLC. I've had a few glitches in my life, but most are probably just poor memory or simple coincidence. One in particular, though, has stuck with me and my wife for years. It was nice to be with a witness because it eliminates second guessing. About 7 years ago, we were living in a typical suburban neighborhood with typical sidewalks, schools, and parks. We walked our dog every night after dark and enjoyed multiple routes throughout the neighborhood. One route included a middle school, and we would walk behind and around the athletic fields. One night, walking around the school grounds, we both noticed a strange small door in the brick wall on the back of the school. The door was small, like 3 to 4 feet tall and 3 feet wide. No windows or anything, just a plain basic door, just small. The brick wall was large, close to 20 foot tall and over 100 feet long. There are 2 sets of regular doors on either end, but nothing but brick in between. Again, no windows. The indoor school gym is on the other side. The small door was halfway between the regular entry and exit doors. It looked so out of place. We had walked past this part of the school dozens of times. Neither of us remembered a small door, and that's why we both kept talking about it. I guess some stuff like a utility door for equipment and stuff like that, and my wife mentioned a storage closet. We were about 75 feet away as we walked by, and we both kept staring at each other. It just seemed so strange being there, and its size didn't make sense. Neither of us walked up to it or anything like that, but I wish we did. We just walked by looking and talking about it. The back of the school was well lit, so as plain as day, a small door in a brick wall. 3 to 4 nights later, we did the same route. I brought up the door and said I'm going to check it out up close this time. When we got to the back of the school, we both jumped dead in our tracks. There was no little door, just a plain brick wall. It was kinda jarring, honestly. It was weird seeing a door that neither of us remembered. It was much stranger expecting it to be there and nothing was there. We both walked to the brick wall and started looking for any signs of the doorway being recently bricked in. Nope, just old brick and mortar from the same vintage. Nothing disturbed or different along the whole face of the wall. It was the strangest damn thing. The only logical thing we can think of was someone laid a small door against the brick wall before, but it just doesn't make sense. It didn't look like that. It looked framed into the wall, and we weren't far away from it when we saw it. A leaning door would have been obvious, especially from the side. During the following years, there was always a level of nerves taking that route. We always expected to see a little door show up again, but it didn't, just a brick wall. Okay, so I'm thinking there's a couple explanations for, maybe not explanations, but just ideas for this, in that, what if, okay, it's a simulation, which is what everyone knows I believe is the case for this world, and then you ask, okay, what if the developers or the game masters can implement Easter eggs or even exits to it? What if maybe your subconscious can input in the real world the idea that you want to leave, and then part of the agreement to be in the simulation is you have to have that escape opportunity, and so they can give you a sign, but it can't be too obvious to affect other people who are still plugged in and want to remain in the matrix, basically. So this door was an exit out of it. And the fact that it was so bizarre and small and out of place is part of the reason, is part of the design to make you think, okay, yeah, something's wrong here. Maybe you just didn't really want to leave enough, but if you went through the door, maybe you would have woken up in the real world. That's my guess. It's like Neo, instead of having to go, to a phone booth and answer a phone that's ringing, you just go through the door. Ooh. I'm gonna pay attention to any anomalous doors in my environment. Although, even if I knew, would I want to exit the Matrix? I don't know. Because could you come back? You don't know if you can come back. I like my life. I don't really want to end it. Not yet anyway. So would you step through the door if you knew it would take you out of this simulation? What's the real world like? It's kind of scary. Story by Midwest Troy, 92. No ladder, no problems. I work at a late-night gas station with an indoor convenience area filled to the brim with processed snacks, liquor, breads, candies. We even have rotating hot dogs that I think pose a significant health hazard to the greater Ashland area, Ohio State. But hey, you do you, and I'm getting lost in the weeds. What happened that terrified me? There's a front area with a cash register. I'm right next to it. This is a fairly low-crime area, so there's no bulletproof glass or sealed segment. Gas, store, 22-year-old defenseless me. First thing, I feel it. A punch in the air around me, in my chest. A really loud banging on the back door in the small storage area and near the office space. That door is always kept locked automatically, which is annoying when bringing the garbage out, but anyways. I'm alone too, if I didn't say before, and I don't remember the exact time, but it was after midnight. So this banging, from what I'm thinking, is a drunk moron, and it continues on the back door, but again, it's so loud, it's like he has a jackhammer against the frame. But it continues, and I'm frozen in time. What do you even do? Call the cops, probably. I didn't. I hid behind the register counter. All scary enough on its own, but not a mystery. Until the banging stops, and maybe 4 seconds later at most, it starts again on the freaking roof. There was no possible access to the roof. No drop-down ladder or anything at all. However, this person or thing or whatever the hell was up there got there. It wasn't through normal means. Unless he brought a freaking grappling hook, but what the frick? Even if he had, no way. There was a few seconds between the back door banging and it's starting on top. No human can climb that fast even if there was a ladder. It continued for a few seconds and that was it. Stopped and forever. Yeah, I kept working there, and I told no one. My shift was 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. As soon as it was over and I locked up, I booked it. I didn't go back to check the back door that morning, but I did when I came back the next night for my shift, armed with pepper spray, which is all I had to defend myself with. There was no damage to the door, handle, or anything left behind that could help someone climb up to the roof of the station. Like nothing ever happened. Why'd I continue working there? I simply needed the money. Thank God whatever it was never came back. Yeah, stories like this make you wonder, just what is out there? You know, the whole Bigfoot thing and aliens and all that, I don't think this was aliens, for a change. But there are creatures out there, right? Or maybe humans possessed by demons or malevolent spirits. You know, that is something. Does a possession, or by a guardian angel, a spirit, a demon, whatever, actually impart extra physical capability to the human? Even if there was a ladder there, no one could climb it in 3-4 seconds and start banging on the roof that fast. No human being, not that I'm aware of. Like, if you go in the military where they have those rope climbing challenges, I mean, to get to the top takes at least 4 seconds, and then you'd have to hop off and go start banging. There's no way. So it has to be either a supernaturally enhanced human being, by possession or something else, even if they're on substances, you know. I don't think it's possible. So I think that part is indeed supernatural. I just don't know if it's an external beastly creature or some monster. There aren't as many stories about those. I'm not as bought in as I am for, you know, traditional glitches. But I do think at least spirits and maybe demons, those are real. So that's where I lean with this. But either way, why was he there? You know, even if that's a story, it was a spirit or demon. Why bang on a random Ohio gas station at night? Was it just the intent to mess with your mind, to scare you? I guess, but you could scare someone much more by just going inside and behaving weirdly. Start crawling on the ceiling. That'll spook someone. Story by Trash Brown Z. Prophecy by Burnout. I was at work one Sunday with a coworker friend from high school, and to make this story sound non-insane, I have to preface that we both hate our work. We're stock boys for a local grocery store, not a mega one that's 1,000,000 square feet. One step up from mom and pop. But it's endless stocking, cleaning up aisles from baby disasters which happen much more than you'd think, at least in our area. Stock boy / janitor is more accurate. But we're young in our 20s, and this is paying our dues and crap, right? We get drunk after our shifts almost nightly and play games, eat Doritos. It's fine. It's not permanent. We'll move on to greener pastures eventually, but anyways, with our mindsets locked in, it went as follows. Sunday, mid-shift-ish. My coworker, I'll call him Bob, but that's absolutely not his name, turns to me and says, "You know, it'd be kind of awesome if someone just randomly crashed into the front of the store with their car. You know, without hurting anyone. Think we'd get the shift off and we could finish Dark Souls." It's innocuous to me. I've thought something similar before, but still had to respond with something halfly appropriate, so I said, "Dude." It's fine. Bob's a good friend and person, don't worry. An hour passes. Nope, it was 10 minutes, but felt like an hour. We're towards the back, near the meat and dairy sections, and we hear the jumbled, astonishingly loud crash sound of a vehicle barreling through the store's front. Not at the door, but on the side. All large glass panes. And it continued until it hit one of the 4 register lanes. Bob was carrying some packets of steaks and dropped them. I had already restocked my side and had nothing on me, but I damn well near jumped out of my own skeleton because no one tells you how freaking loud a crash is, especially when it was calm in the moments before. Just a few shoppers at this time and no babies as far as the eye can see. After our hearts drop back to just beating out of our chests, we run to the front to see, indeed, a sedan lodged at the register, and it was the only lane open too. Running it was Sarah, again, not her real name, who Bob wanted to ask out, but I convinced him not to, because you don't crap where you eat. Come on, bro, use your head. I guess he did here. He rushed to her and helped her calm down. She was still hyperventilating, and had a few scratches on her leg from the impact shrapnel and glass spray, but no severe injuries. Only the man who was driving, an older guy who we later learned had a stroke while parking, and his legs must have contracted to floor the vehicle into the store. Now that I think about it, I'm surprised this doesn't happen more frequently. But, even though we were all okay, hours after this happened, it both dawned on us what Bob had said earlier. It's freaking weird, man. He's not a prophet. He has no weird powers or visions. Never did before, never did after. Not that I've seen, or that he's told me. Maybe he has thoughts in his mind that he doesn't pour out, but they end up being accurate? Feelings into words, into future predictions. I don't know. It scares me, which is an obvious and fair reaction, I think. Bob didn't look scared, but more confused. Oh, and we did get the shift off. The store owner even paid us for the rest of the shift and gave us the week off, since emergency services stuck around a bit, had to repair the front and all that mess. Sucks for him. He's actually a good guy too, so yeah. Next time, I hope Bob's prophecy involves less property damage to good people. Oh, but I have to be the oracle too and ask, but what if Bob had never spoken that thought aloud? Would the man still have had a stroke and crashed into the store? Your point is very valid. That this doesn't happen more often is pretty surprising because, as people age, they do get into accidents, but especially when you're talking about strokes or heart attacks, things that would fully debilitate you while driving, you'd think it'd be more frequent. I guess the country is so large that in any given place it's rare, but overall, I haven't really looked into that. How frequently do cars crash into gas stations or supermarkets or stores in general because of an older person that had a stroke or heart attack or whatever? I don't know. You'd think it'd be somewhat common, but it isn't, apparently, at least in my experience. Don't have the actual data for that, but I'm pretty sure it's accurate to say it's not very frequent. So your friend having this premonition, there is no other way to frame it. I mean, there's no knowledge you could have, like mundane knowledge. Like, okay, you could say this person has cardiovascular issues, but to be able to predict it to within a few minutes, what was it, an hour? I don't know. There's no way. There's no amount of information that could lead to that prediction being anywhere remotely probable, right? So it has to be supernatural. Something gave you that information. Maybe it injected that into the conversation, into the zeitgeist between you two for that, particular day, because maybe his guardian angel didn't want you to be in the front. Maybe you avoided going to the front subconsciously without really thinking about it. I don't know. It's possible. That would be my guess on this, though. But really cool. Especially given that this kind of premonition thing never happened again, as far as you know. A one-time thing means that most likely was an external influence that imparted this future knowledge. Story by I Am Literally Insane. 50 Shades of... Wait, what? My store lets dogs come in. We have lots of repeat customers because of this. One of those dogs is a gray poodle I'll call Jane for this story. She's very big, but very sweet. She's the only dog of the ones that come in who can shake hands and give high fives. She loves to be pet, and once barked at me when I couldn't get her fast enough because I was up to my ears in customers. Relax, Jane. She and her owner came in one time when my car broke down in the parking lot of my job, and I almost asked the owner if I could keep her for a while because my car breaking down freaked me out a bit, and she was very calming. Another time, a little girl who was scared of dogs came to me and said there was a dog in the store. Around the corner came a gray snout. It was Jane. I told the girl Jane was very nice, and the worst she would do is bark if she didn't get her pets right away. I say all this to show this dog came in multiple times over the years I've worked there. This isn't a one-time visit. Jane came in regularly, up until about 2 years ago when she and her owner stopped. Yesterday, a brown and white poodle came in. I am excited to make a new doggy friend. I go over to the dog and it wags its tail in excitement. I pet the dog and say, "Well, you're friendly. What's your name?" The owner looks at me and says, "This is Jane." I freeze. Jane is gray. The dog I am currently petting is brown with white paws. I say, "Isn't Jane gray? I swear she's gray." The owner says no, Jane has always been brown and white. I look at the dog. Jane shake. I hold out my hand. Jane sits and shakes. High five. She swings her paws into a high five motion. Yeah, this is the same dog, but she was gray before, not brown and white, gray. Yet the owner said she had always been brown and white. Yet I distinctly remember a gray poodle barking when I didn't pet her. It was a gray poodle that scared the little girl. It was a gray poodle I almost dog-snapped the day before my car broke down. Where did that gray dog go? It wasn't a dye job. The owner told me repeatedly she had always been brown and white, but I remember a sweet poodle that was gray. Story by Coordinated Flight. Shared brain cache corrupted. There was this afternoon, a very long, warm summer stretch, where my sister and I were sprawled out in the living room, watching a movie. I'm almost certain it was Red Dawn, the original one, with the grainy woods and that 80s dread, looking like it's filmed through a layer of cold ash. We weren't even talking, we were just there, suspended in a teenage vacuum where you exist in the same room as a sibling for hours without acknowledging that they're even a sentient being, just breathing the same stale air and watching Patrick Swayze hide in the dirt. Then right in the middle of a scene, nothing even explosive, just gray hopelessness, we both spoke simultaneously. It makes me not want to breathe. We said it at exactly the same time. Not just the same words, but the same inflection, the same dead drop at the end of the sentence, a perfect unrehearsed unison that hit the room and stayed there. It wasn't like a jinx moment. It didn't feel funny or like something we should laugh about. It felt like a physical glitch, like the code for the two of us had briefly collapsed into a single line And for 1 second, we were sharing the same nervous system, hell, the same brain. I remember looking at her, and she looked back, and there was this brief, sharp spike of actual genuine fear, because how do two separate brains decide to output that specific clunky string of words at the same millisecond? I'm not spiritual at all, nor is my sister, and while we have some similarities, our personalities are extremely divergent. Sometimes I think about the physics of it, the way the sound waves must have left our throats and collided in the air between the couch and the TV, canceling each other out or doubling the notes of the air until it felt like we actually couldn't draw a breath, even if we wanted to. We never talked about it afterward. We just kept watching the movie, but the room felt different, or maybe I felt different. Like I'd been caught in a mechanism I wasn't supposed to see. It's been years and I still get this cold, creeping sensation in my chest when I see a screenshot of that film. A reminder that there are these hidden tethers between us that don't always make sense and probably aren't supposed to. So I think that proximity is what can entangle particles and, with sufficient activity, can entangle people as well. Not as deeply as a particle, of course, communicating over vast distances instantaneously, faster than light, which is a whole, completely crazy thing when you consider the implications of that. Even though it's no real information traveling, let's not go down that road, but it's pretty cool just to know. But I think that human minds, human souls, can become entangled enough to complete each other's thoughts, have the same thoughts, like in this case. I don't even know if it's really a glitch per se, it's more what happens when two people are really rooted and connected, even if your personalities are different. Like they say, opposites attract. I think there's some truth to that, not necessarily all the time. There can be opposites where, especially personality types, don't complement each other, but often it's more an exact similar person doesn't really mesh. Like I am, for the Myers-Briggs type, INTJ, which I can interact with anyone, but in terms of someone I really enjoy interacting with, it's actually generally people who are more outwardly energetic and extroverted, because that complements my more reserved nature and not really extroverted nature. So I think you want someone that fills in your gaps, right? I think so anyways. To an extent. You also want to have shared interests, so you can't have opposites where you have nothing in common. But personality types, yeah, that lands well. So I think, in fact, that you are opposites actually reminds me of, this is so weird, Dragon Ball Z, where fusions are more pronounced when it's an opposite pair, like your rival or something. Because you're filling in each other's gaps. It just makes sense to me, yeah. And it's the same thing in physics. You have two magnetic charges of the same type, and they're going to repel each other. It's just, you can't be too similar. You need some similarities, but the general vibe has to complement the other person. Right, Dave? Story by Bird in a Nest. Briefly selected by the RNG gods. I saw 4 numbers quickly flash before my eyes, just popped up out of nowhere one afternoon while I was zoning out on the couch. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before, and let me tell you, you perk up right away when it does. The numbers were inside my vision, if you can imagine that. I went to the neighborhood bodega to bet on them, and I'm not sure why. I had an instinct to do so, like I was afflicted with Felix Felicis or whatever the Harry Potter luck potion was. The guy behind the counter didn't even blink, just punched them in like it was any other day, not perturbed by my exuberance at all. That night, I watched the daily numbers announced on TV, and sure enough, they were the same numbers. Free moolah, baby. The way they lit up on the screen felt almost too perfect, though. Like the universe had slipped me a note and I actually read it right for once. But was I even supposed to see it? I remember laughing out loud in my little apartment because this goes so far beyond luck, it's nutty. Cashed the ticket the next morning, expecting them to say, nah, those weren't the numbers. But they paid out clean, no scam. Nothing like this ever happened again, though. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the flash, or if something was just nudging me along for a minute. Either way, that win tasted sweet for weeks after. Over $5,000. Story by The Manatee's Mind. A note to never trust GPS. My husband and I are newlyweds. We went to Florida to visit family and drove back north Friday afternoon and evening towards our home in northwest Missouri. To clarify, we were driving towards Tunica for the night to break up the 17-hour drive and get some sleep at a fun hotel. Somewhere around Jackson is where things started to get weird. Our GPS took us on a shortcut off the highway. As the sun was setting, we went through a town called Vaden. This was maybe 7:30 or 8 p.m. I remember telling my husband the town had a haunted vibe or just some bad energy, and he agreed. We kept driving as the sun went down and things got very rural. Please understand, my husband and I are from rural Missouri and have lived across the country in some spooky places, including Atchison, Kansas, if you believe in the devil's portal or whatever. We are very used to being on a dark stretch of road at night. This was different than anywhere else we've ever been. It felt like we were constantly turning in circles. For about 2 hours, we were driving and the gas gauge on our F-250 didn't move, like at all. Our truck is brand new and gets moderate gas mileage at best. We stayed at 3/4 of a tank, exactly, for hours. Typically we stop on a trip every 2.5 hours. Now, the power of suggestion. We kept talking about how this didn't feel right. Every few hundred yards, we would see houses, but none of them had any lights on. My husband said that's strange. It almost seems like the highway is abandoned. More light should be on at 8 p.m. Next house we pass, every light is on. This happened multiple times. We would say we hadn't seen something in a minute, and that thing would appear. We barely saw any other cars, but the 2 times we did, we saw a string of 4 cars of exactly the same make and model, driving in perfect proportion to one another. Some kind of white SUV. Okay, maybe a coincidence. It happened again. Like a glitch just a few miles apart. We saw another car with its hazards on. The hazards turned off immediately after we passed them. My husband only saw a couple cars in the rearview mirror, but one followed us for a few miles. My husband described seeing it as a truck with LED lights one moment and a sedan with amber lights the next. Then back to being a truck with LED. This was all in the span of maybe 10 minutes, with no outlet for someone to turn off and get on again. At one point on the trip, we drove through a small town before getting back en route. This was maybe another hour at 9 p.m. We saw no people. Cars were moving and lights were on, but no one was outside. We didn't see anyone in fast food restaurants or out in parking lots. We thought nothing of it at the moment, but looking back, isn't that strange? There were also no animals, just a few bats. Being from a rural area, we keep an eye out for deer, raccoons, armadillos, or other critters when driving at night. We only saw one deer at dusk, and it wasn't moving at all. It seemed frozen. It was looking at us, but its ears didn't twitch, it didn't run away, it just stood perfectly still. Its head was also really small, but maybe that's just a deer in Mississippi. Speaking of animals, we travel with our lap dogs. He's a senior pup, and he's ridden on my lap all over the country. He couldn't seem to settle down on these back roads. He whined and shifted way more than usual. I think the biggest thing for me was the chills I had the whole trip. Like tingling instinct type chills. Time didn't seem like it was passing normally. We felt like we were in danger. As soon as we got back on the interstate, everything seemed normal again. Animals, people, other cars, the gauges in the truck, my uneasy feeling, all back to normal. Lights were on in businesses. People were outside. My husband, who is normally very unshaken, returned to his normal self. All of my texts came in at once. My mom texted me about 2 hours before, when the weirdness started, that she had a sinking feeling about me, and whatever I was doing, I needed to be safe. I want to end by saying my husband and I are very practical people. He is in the trades and I am an educator and caretaker. We both have traveled back roads of the country in all weather at all times completely fine. Sometimes a little creeped out by the darkness, but fine. Our truck is also almost brand new and works well on long trips. We have taken it on a road trip through other rural areas recently, in fact. In Kansas, and all the gauges worked. As a science teacher, I know the behaviors of flora and fauna well. While we are devout Christians too, we are scientists and take a very level-headed approach to the supernatural. I believe God saved us from whatever vortex or ley line or something we drove through last night. Lastly, my husband and I acknowledge that we have both taken SSRIs in the past, but we never harm ourselves or others. We love life. There are so many stories, it could just be a collection of stories about people driving and winding up on roads that can't exist or feel all wrong, and they lead them to towns that don't exist or towns that are like occupied by ChatGPT androids from the future or something, or a different timeline, or I don't know what's going on. I mean, my gut still says space-time portals transporting you to different universes where things are indeed quite different. And unlike quantum immortality, where I think that your soul jumps to the nearest available universe where there's a copy of you still alive, I think that these space-time portals, if they intersect with different multiverse universes, could just go anywhere. I think the proximity is based on how similar the universes are. So if you wind up in a very distant, different universe, it could be extremely divergent. Maybe there's still dinosaurs roaming around. I mean, I've never heard a story. Actually, did I hear one? I think there was one that involved a dinosaur, but years ago. Something like that, where you're connecting to different universes, which is almost like a holodeck simulation in TNG, where you're recreating entirely different scenarios that simply can't even happen in this universe, or even ones nearby, adjacent. So I think, yeah, if you're driving and things feel weird, keep on driving, because that's the other piece of the puzzle. If a space-time portal is transitioning you to a different multiverse universe, how do you get back? Because people don't reverse usually and go back the way they came to re-intersect the same portal. When you enter one, there's another one that's ahead of you automatically. I don't know how it works, but it seems to be that people just do eventually come back. In 1993, I was working at my first office job, and I moved into my first apartment without a roommate. This was in a large brick apartment complex within walking distance of the Pentagon in Arlington, Virginia. Happy with the new 8th floor studio apartment, with large picture windows and living room showing me the Pentagon and DC, I wanted to get some nice things to complement the used furniture I brought in. Someone at work showed me a catalog from a company called Tiger Direct. Tiger Direct is still around today, but they specialize in computer equipment. At that time, they had a little bit of everything in their catalog, including a cool-looking and inexpensive screen I could use as a room divider. I decided to order it. Now, this was before the days of online shopping. This was before I'd ever heard of the internet. Online shopping just wasn't a thing back then. So I ordered this the old-fashioned way. I filled out the paper order form in the catalog, calculated the tax and shipping and handling charges, wrote a check to cover the amount, and put the check and the order form into the envelope. I had to affix a stamp to the envelope, and then I dropped it in the mailbox. Now, it would take a week to 10 days for first-class mail to get from one side of the country, Virginia where I lived, to the other side, California, where Tiger Direct was located. Once I got my order, they would deposit my check. Once the check cleared, they would have their warehouse people pick the item, package it up, and ship it out to me. A week to 10 days for delivery, roughly. So I was expecting about 3 to 4 weeks to get my order. It arrived the very next day. I have no explanation for how this could possibly have happened. I was very freaked out by it. I have never ordered anything else from Tiger Direct since. Okay, this is, there's not too much to say on this one because I don't know what kind of glitch could cause this. I mean, a time acceleration parameter that's wrapped just through the envelope? But no, because it's not just traveling by itself. It has to be picked up by the mailman and everything. There's no way it could make it across the country, be processed. I mean, even if the mailed check instantly teleported to the offices in California for a Tiger Direct, they still have to cash the check first or deposit it. And it couldn't clear that fast. So even if you snapped your fingers and it was on their desk, you wouldn't be able to receive it the next day. There's just no way. This is one of those glitches that is just a perfect glitch, which another one coming up too. Next one I'll talk about. But yeah, there's sometimes just perfect glitches, and that's cool. I mean, I love solutions. In this case, the universe just broke. But I don't even know what that would imply. Maybe you sent it before, weeks before, and you didn't remember, but that seems so unlikely, isn't it? That's the only thing I can think of. But then I guess you could check your bank records. This was a long time ago, right? Before the internet and all that. But it would still probably show up on your bank records back then. Assuming that you did check that and it all checked out, that it processed maybe the next day, just before you received the item. I don't know. It's like predictive algorithms for them that they knew you were going to order it. So it's like Amazon, they'll stock items that they think you'll buy into warehouses near you. So that's how they manage to get things to you so fast, often. Not perfect, but that's the only thing I can think of. Some ancient predictive algorithm that they knew you're going to order it. But of course, it's more than that. As we specified, there's no way the check could even get there in time. So really cool glitch. Very unique. Story by Seattle Girl 01. Even the TSA must be confused. Here's the deal. I've been working in different cities recently for my company. 2 different cities that are about 1.5 hours of flight away. So I have a very exact way of packing my bag and what I bring, as I hate to be a person who takes forever to get on and off a plane. Anyways, I hop one of these flights. I'm flying back the same day as well, later in the day, so it's a very early flight from Portland, Oregon to Spokane, Washington. My flight leaves at about 6:30 a.m., and I've taken this flight many times recently. I have 3 things with me: my dark blue carry-on luggage, a must as I have my work bag inside of it, my turquoise flight neck pillow, and my white crossbody Lululemon bag with my ID, etc. Gum, lip gloss in it, you get the drill. I go on my flight to Spokane. I always sleep on my flights, as it's a quick time passer and it's early. I arrive, and I do my work there. Then I get to the Spokane airport after my jobs to catch my flight to SeaTac, Seattle, then go to Portland. I really hate a flight that stops for a layover for such a short flight, but in this case, I had a very short work trip, so I chose a 1.5 hour layover in Seattle because I would actually get home 2 hours earlier. I rested the short flight from Spokane to SeaTac on my turquoise neck pillow, and I was happy that my flight was overpacked, so I was able to check my carry-on bag for free, so I didn't have to deal with it on the next plane. My flight to SeaTac was tight. I was in a window seat next to a guy who thankfully was in his own earbuds and thoughts. So I took my neck pillow and squished it up against the window, that little area, and was able to sleep for a few using my trusty pillow to block the view of my seatmate, being able to see me sleeping. I arrive at SeaTac. My crossbody is on me, my neck pillow in hand. I decide to use the restroom, then take a look at a couple cute airport stores that have Seattle gifts in them. I then go and have a quick bite at a restaurant and have an awesome bowl plate. I then go find my gate and take a seat. After about 10 minutes of chilling at my gate, knowing takeoff was 45 away, I suddenly realize I don't have my turquoise neck pillow with me. I must have left it in one of the gift stores or the restaurant. I jump up and sprint to those places, but sadly, no one found it. So I knew I needed another pillow because I lived for my sleep on planes. So I begrudgingly bought a brand new black neck pillow. I go to my gate again, meeting a sweet army vet with his support dog named Cooper, and told him I had jumped up and ran away earlier because I left my neck pillow somewhere, so I had to buy another. We laughed and went on talking. I then boarded my plane to Portland. I rested on the plane. Thankfully, no one was next to me this time. window seat and row all mine. I arrive in Portland, pick up my checked dark blue carry-on bag from the baggage claim, pop my new black neck pillow on the handle, crossbody on, and head to my car in the parking garage. I get to it, open up my trunk, and put both my carry-on and my new pillow in the trunk. I pay for parking and head home. I get home, but I'm too tired to get my stuff out of my car trunk, so I just go inside with my cross bag and leave everything else. I tell my husband about my day, including the story about losing my pillow, and the army vet I met with the cute dog, etc. The next day, I go out to my car to grab my carry-on bag. It has all my work stuff in it. I go and open my trunk, and sitting there in my trunk is my dark blue carry-on bag, my new black neck pillow I bought in SeaTac, and my turquoise neck pillow I had lost. It was sitting right there on top of my black one. What the crap? I lost it at the SeaTac airport. I stood there in shock and I got chills running down my body. I never felt that before. I am sure I lost it. Remember, I used it on the first leg to Seattle to block my seatmate. I lost it, bought a new one, etc. I even told my husband and my daughter about losing my turquoise pillow because my hubby had bought it for me on a random trip to Arizona 5 years earlier. So it was special to me. I take it every work trip with me, and I slided down my carry-on bag handle. When I saw it, I took it out of the trunk. After the initial shock, I studied it. Yep, same indents on the inside where I always slide it in my bag. Same floppy tag I couldn't tear off because it was too difficult without tearing the pillow itself. It was my trusty turquoise neck pillow, the one that disappeared at SeaTac, just in the trunk of my car a day later. What the crap? And yeah, this is the other perfect glitch, and we know that items can appear and disappear. This one isn't inexplicable. It's just that how things led up to the glitch happening and then it coming back is a perfect situation to say this is impossible. There's no way you could mistake it. You didn't forget that you had it, you were carrying the pillow in your hand and then buy a new one while you still had the other one in your hand, and you didn't store it away anywhere. There was nowhere you could have stored it. Then when you came back in your trunk, and just, yeah, there's nothing I can think of anyways. Maybe someone else can think of some solution that I'm missing, but it seems like it disappeared and was brought back by the universe, some higher level meta entity that is managing this simulation, or if it's God, an angel, whatever it might be. But it does seem like some entity is involved in repairing these errors. Yeah. Pretty cool. That's all you got to say. Story by Warm Cheesecake, 6347. The Great Mouse Migration. No one's gonna believe me, because it sounds freaking schizo. What's really crazy is how, when it happens, it's just like, what the hell am I supposed to do about this? I guess I just move on with my day and pretend that didn't happen. Anyway, I was working at my desk, and as I moved my mouse on the mouse pad, the mouse just was no longer in my hand. To be clear, I didn't hear a fall or anything. I didn't move it swiftly or hard enough to just slide it off my desk. But it's no longer on the desk, so I'm like, okay, it must have fallen. Which didn't make sense because again, I literally had it in my hand a second ago. But clearly, it's no longer on the desk. I looked to the sides of the desk where you would realistically imagine the mouse to fall. Like if I'm moving it to the side, you would think if it fell, it would land somewhere on the floor. But it's not there. So it stops being a weird minor annoyance and starts being a like, what the hell moment. So I get down on all fours, I'm looking around the desk, and directly under the left center of the solid metal desk, directly under the mouse pad above, my mouse is sitting there perfectly seated, like not on the side, not with the battery out, no sign of having fallen. It is sitting flat directly under the solid metal desk. To give a better mental image, the only way the mouse would feasibly be in that position is if I smacked it like a hockey puck from below across the floor and it slid under the desk. Like there is no hole in the surface area of the desk for it to have gotten to that specific spot. I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of weird physics-based explanation for it, but it freaked me out. And I told my sister about it and she was weirded out too. I've never had a glitch in the Matrix before. And it was such a weird minor thing that it seems stupid to even be freaked out by it, but I swear to God, it was like it fell through the solid desk to the floor. Story by Harriet Beadle. LinkedIn could never explain this. This has been over 20 years ago, and I still remember the feelings. I went to a conference for work and we were assigned seats at large round tables where they tried to seat us with people we probably didn't know. People were there from across the US. Not all worked for the same employer, but the organizations we worked for were affiliated, and sometimes we would see people we had worked with before. So at first, this feeling of familiarity between me and another woman didn't seem odd. We sat next to each other, and both felt like we knew each other, and we laughed at the fact that they tried to make us sit next to people we didn't know, but of course, here we are, and we know each other. Then we tried to work it out. Where did we know each other from? But we could not come up with any same location or work assignment or anything we had in common. Not even close coworkers in common. The conference lasted a couple days and we hung out together by choice and kept trying to figure it out. I seem to remember that as time passed, we both sort of realized we didn't know each other, not from before that conference. That strong feeling of familiarity sort of faded, but I still felt so positive toward her, like happy to see her, joy in her presence, and like I wanted to do whatever I could to just help her succeed. I just knew she was a good person and that I wanted the best for her. We got along like crazy. We clicked and appreciated each other's way of thinking. I'm about 10 years older than her. We are different ethnicities. She's much more stylish than me. We had very different life paths that got us to where we were that day. We were people who wouldn't have been in each other's lives before that day. We stayed in touch on social media for years and hoped we might get to work together one more day since we're in a similar field, but never saw each other again, and it all just sort of faded away. But that strong feeling that we both had that we knew each other was so wild, and I can still remember it and the feelings I had for her. I like love stories, not really in movies. I like when they're woven into a compelling narrative otherwise, but I just love the idea of people connecting. And it's funny because I'm a loner, I'm an introvert, I'm still single, I'm not really a romantic type, but I like stories involving that. Not just in, real stories of glitches like this, but just in general. I like the idea of that connection. Finding someone that you really, bind with and you're compatible with on that level. It's really cool. And I do believe in soulmates, plural. I don't believe there's just one person that you're destined or it's the only one that's perfect for you. I think there's a lot of people that are perfect for us, but finding them is still difficult. I mean, even if you have 10,000 soulmates, one of them might not even be in the city you live in, right? So the universe maybe tries to nudge people together. Nothing is forced or compelled. It's just giving you signs. And I don't know your situation, why you didn't pursue this further. Maybe you should have asked her out. Maybe she was already taken and you didn't specify. I don't know. But yeah, I think that people can be, it's actually a question too. If you're already paired up and married with someone, will the universe try to throw you curveballs by inserting someone who's even more suited for you and you have to ignore them because, loyalty and all that, which is, I recommend doing. But it is funny that the universe can be a prankster in that way too, I think. So yeah, just be on your guard because the universe will always try to trip you up. But if you're single and the other person's single and you feel this strong connection, hey, pursue it. I recommend that. You never know where it'll go. Especially when there are these signs that are so pronounced like this. Like sometimes you get a fleeting feeling and maybe that is a case where it's a soft soulmate, you could say, but there's hard soulmates like this one, I think, where it's like, okay, we don't know each other, but we feel like we do. Our souls are tethered in some way. Let's see what happens. Story by Bibi Shuri, Confusing Soulmates. This happened in 2019, when I was 28 years old. I went to Greece with my mom and little sister. We stayed at a hotel for 5 days or so, and on the first day, I saw a woman around 36 years old, from the same country we live in, with her partner and 3 kids. As soon as I saw her face, I felt an immediate recognition and a feeling of love come up. It was a very strong, undeniable feeling. Not like, oh hey, I think I know her. No, it was like a very obvious, oh my god, I'm so happy to see her again, and I love her so much. It felt like I've been close with her my whole childhood, like a family member. Mind you, we have different ethnic backgrounds, even though we live in the same country, so she definitely wasn't family. Anyway, tell my mom this and she's like, yeah, I actually got the same feeling. The feeling of knowing her. I'm like, okay, cool, I'm not the only one, but holy moly, this is weird. For the next few days, I was going through my memories and trying to find out where I knew her from. I just couldn't shake the feeling off. It was too weird, and I'm the kind of person who, when confronted with something inexplicable, needs to find the answer. On the last night of our stay, my mom, my little sister, and I were drinking some mocktails at the pool. This lady and her family sat at the table next to us, and at one point, her toddler started walking around and came over to our table. That's when the lady came up to us, and my mom started a conversation. At this point, I'm like, okay, I need to get this off my chest, even though she might find me weird. It's the last night, and I'm probably never seeing her again, so F it. I'm like, hey, so I wanted to say something, but I know it's really weird. So, I have this strong feeling I know you from somewhere, but I don't know where I know you from. Her? Oh my god, I have the same feeling. Me? Oh my god, what? What the hell? Her. In fact, even your voice sounds familiar. I have a distinct, a little raspy voice. I've been thinking about where I know you from, but I don't know either. This is so weird. So for the next 30 minutes, we went through every possible thing where we would have known each other from, but the thing is, we live very far from each other. We have very different social lives, and she hasn't been around the area I live and work in, and I haven't been to her area where she lives. Not even close to that place. We have no mutual friends, we have literally no connections whatsoever. In my mind, I concluded that we must have known each other on a soul level, because what else could it be? Story by Quiet Lady, 1993. Nature's Library. I still think about it sometimes. Usually when I'm doing something mundane, washing dishes or just staring at nothing, and the memory just surfaces on its own without any invitation. My sister's library. Afternoon light bursting in through the window. Beautiful, peaceful, had the vacuum running. I was being thorough because I was cleaning someone else's place. I care more when it isn't mine. Weird, huh? Again, it was my sister's place. I looked up at the ceiling for no reason in particular, just part of the sweep, just checking. Sometimes there are spiderwebs up there. And there was a line, thin and dark. Like the house had developed a hairline fracture directly above me, which in an old house isn't nothing. You notice it and know it has to be fixed ASAP. Except, I kept looking at it, and it wasn't behaving the way a crack behaves, it was moving. Not spreading via slow structural drama in a settling house, just moving downward, detaching somehow from itself, becoming a thing instead of an absence of a thing. A leaf, a single leaf from a wandering dude plant. Those trailing green and purple ones with the slightly waxy feel that their house was full of, though not in that room. That's the part I keep fixating on years later. The plants were in the other wing, in the sunroom where she kept them on those little wooden shelves she'd found at a market, nowhere near the library, not even adjacent to it. No open window, and she doesn't even use fans. I felt no drafts. It just came down, floated, ready, unhurried, almost like in a dream that doesn't obey physics right. And then it was on the floor, and I was standing there with the vacuum still running, and I looked back up at the ceiling and there was nothing there. No line or mark at all. Whatever had appeared to open, and I know how that sounds, I know, had closed. Or hadn't been there. But I freaking saw it, I swear to God. I picked the leaf up, turning it over in my fingers. It was just a leaf. A real leaf. I almost stopped myself from touching it, thinking it could be some cursed trap, which is a funny thought in hindsight. But no, just the ordinary little tongue-shaped leaf of a very common houseplant that had apparently decided to zip to another room. I simply cannot understand how this happened, and what the crack in the ceiling illusion was about. I've never told my sister. I'm not sure why. No, I know. She'd think I was mad because I must be. I imagined the Stranger Thing portal in the ceiling, and had the leaf clinging on me with static or something, without noticing. That has to be it, right? That's reasonable, but also insane. The leaf I set on the shelf. I don't know if she ever noticed it, sitting there among her books, slightly out of place, which in her library it wouldn't have been, not really. She keeps that room beautifully strange. I just wanted it to be somewhere, because I don't truly believe I hallucinated that broken ceiling, which means a leaf must mean something more, and I didn't want to throw it away. Well, I'm glad you mentioned it, because I was going to. It does seem like a Stranger Things kind of portal. You know when the Demogorgon first appears in season 1? Spoilers if you haven't seen it, but I'm pretty sure everyone has at this point. But he's ripping through the wall area in Will's house, and it kind of cracks. It almost forms like a barrier of flesh between the Upside Down and the real world. But initially, it's almost like a crack there. And also, later in the later seasons, there's literally, fissures in the entire world, or the area of the town. Now, personally, I think what you saw, the fissure on the ceiling, probably was an illusion. But that was your mind filling in. It's like the mind trying to understand the world. A lot of what we see, there are illusions that can affect us in words and sights. You know how there's, trick images that can make you see things that aren't there. I think that the brain is always running a predictive algorithm. It's trying to understand things based on its past experience. It's a very, 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 very advanced LLM, AI machine, and more to it. I think we're sentient because we have souls and stuff like that, but not to go too far in that route. What I'm trying to say is that what you saw wasn't real. The fissure, the leaf was, though. And I think there was a portal, some kind of extra-dimensional layer of reality that enabled this leaf to fall from a different room and appear in this one. You could say a portal, a space-time portal. But I think what we see of those may not always be properly aligned with exactly what's happening, because our brain has no context at all for it. So it's trying to fill in those gaps the best it can. If someone else was there, they might have seen something else different. The leaf, though, I believe is real. And the transition from its states, from one place to another. So, I don't think it's a cursed leaf. I don't think there's any anomaly there. It's just a leaf. But how it got there is the mystery. And why? I think a lot of space-time portals probably are intentionally placed, but maybe not all of them. And then you just wonder, is it like a natural phenomenon that the government is keeping mostly secret under wraps, not promulgating out to the wide mainstream, of existence of the public? But they're using it, they can harness it, but it is also a natural phenomenon? Because why would anyone target it for this? Like, you're just some random person cleaning your sister's place. I mean, there'd be no reason to test a space-time portal there for a leaf. None at all. So yeah, has to be, in this case, feels very random. Yeah. Story by Inspector 31. Coco had his own exit. Coco. I don't even know where to start with Coco. It was a small, ridiculous thing. Wiry even beyond how most terriers get wiry, with poodle softness mixed in that made him look like he couldn't quite decide what he was, a hopscotch combo. Almost 18 years. That's not just Coco's lifespan, that's a childhood. That's a whole era of a person's life with fur on it. By the time he died, I'd already been gone a few years. You move out and you think you're leaving the house, but you're not really thinking about what else you're leaving. The loving weight of a dog that's always been there for you. They take over the house and it becomes theirs fully. He was my parents' dog by then, technically. In practice. But he'd been mine first in all the ways that matter. I was out on a job. A very dusty day, and it was dragging. But I wasn't thinking much. And then something, I don't know what it was, just a pull in my stomach. It was urging me with ravenous force to call home right now. At this moment, I didn't know why I felt this great need to, only that I must. A strange feeling to get out of the blue. This was before any of that was easy, too. No phone in my pocket, and no quick tap of a screen. I wandered around the job site, looking for a landline like some kind of divining rod was steering me, and I found one. I don't even remember whose it was, and I called. Mom picked up. She and Dad had been at Grandma's that morning, asking to be let out, which at 18, there was no time to waste. They opened the door, he went out, he just didn't come back. I knew where he went. I didn't say it right away, but I knew. There was a couple who lived not far from Grandma's house. People we'd walked to visit a handful of times over the years, and Coco had always liked it there, and had always been easy and comfortable with. Dogs have a strong sense of a person's character, at least I think so. If Coco didn't like you, you were instantly suspect in my book. He walked there himself, made his way over on his old but still strong legs, and he laid down and he died there, shortly after he arrived, which I think was exactly what he intended. He knew. This is a feeling more than a fact, but I really believe he knew it was his time. It's odd because my parents say he was still full of energy and didn't show any signs of pain, but he knew it was time and he chose the place and chose to go quietly. No vet's office or hard decisions made by human hands. He took that burden away from us. And somehow I knew too, or something in me did, enough to stop what I was doing and go find a phone on a job site in the middle of the day for no logical reason whatsoever, and call. Like he told me? Like whatever he was doing in those last hours had a frequency, and I caught it briefly, just enough? I've thought about it a lot over the years. The timing is impossible in natural terms. The fact that he walked himself to a place he loved and just lay down. There's something in it that I don't have words for exactly. Something that sits just outside of what I know how to say. Not grief, not quite. Something more like awe. So I don't have too much to say on this story. I think pets, they can have a very strong sense of their own well-being. And like a lot of humans do too, we have our own official medical diagnosis of impending doom. If you feel that, there's a good chance that you're on your way out. I think dogs probably have that same sense. I don't know if this was a glitch per se, but it does point to dogs being sentient as well. Very soul heavy. And so may Coco rest in peace. Sounds like a good boy. Story by Routine Plant 8549. Family Pack of Glitches. So this happened to my sister, and neither she nor anyone else could explain what happened or how. One day, my sister was alone at work and went up to the office kitchen to heat her food in the microwave. While it was heating up, she washed her coffee mug and left the kitchen sink clean. There was nothing there, not even a dirty spoon. Then she went downstairs to eat at her desk while continuing to work. After finishing her meal, she went back to the kitchen and, right in the middle of the sink, she found a small, clear, plastic bag with something inside. Intrigued, because there was nothing there just a few minutes before, she picked it up and was shocked when she saw that the bag contained 2 passport-sized photos of her son. How did they get there? Her son had taken those photos for a school application a few years earlier. They had asked for 1 photo, and the package contained 4, so they had put the remaining 3 in that particular bag in a box at home, with other school documents. When she got home, she went straight to the box where the photos were supposed to be, and there was only 1 photo. The other 2 had somehow teleported to her office. Needless to say, she doesn't keep those photos in her purse, and no one could have put them there. The box where she keeps their important documents is stored in a drawer in her closet. How did those 2 small photos end up in her office? More context. It happened a few weeks ago. Around the same time, something very strange happened to my mom, even though she and my sister don't live together. My mom lives with my younger brother, so while he should have been at work, my mom was at home watching TV, when she suddenly saw him standing in the middle of the kitchen. She was surprised and asked him what he was doing at home at that hour. Was he okay? But he just smiled and disappeared from sight. My mom got up to go to him, but he wasn't there. My mom started looking for him all over the house until she finally called him on his cell phone, but he told her that everything was fine, that he was at work. Honestly, I'd never seen my mom so distraught. During those minutes she spent looking for him, she was sure that something terrible had happened to my brother. Even after he told her that everything was fine, she couldn't calm down until he came home that night. What could have happened? The 2 things happened about 10 days apart to my mom and sister. So specifically addressing your sister finding her kid's pictures in the sink at work? That's crazy. Okay, just follow me here and go along the mundane explanation. Someone broke into your home, went only to your drawer, and found these pictures, and then found out where you worked, and then stalked you, and then snuck in and placed them in the kitchen sink just after you were there to prank you. Because that's what else the mundane explanation. What else is there? A very dedicated thief prankster. Right. I don't think that's what happened, right? But other than a disappearing object phenomenon and then reappearing there, what else is there? But even in that case, it still involves intent and will. There's no way this is random. It's completely impossible that it's random. The odds are stupendously impossible. If it could have disappeared, anything could have disappeared, and it could have reappeared anywhere. There's no way that's random. Some entity of some kind, I don't know what kind, is involved in doing this to us sometimes. For some people, for some objects, for no apparent reason even then. Even if this was intentional, why? Did you need to be reminded of those pictures for some reason? I don't know. It's so strange, isn't it? And then the brother appearing when he wasn't there, that's another anomaly. I don't know if they're exactly connected, but yeah, it's very, it's just so interesting, isn't it? How weird reality is. Story by Sol Willow, Purple vs. Tan. 4 years now. I've only used one earplug in my ear as I sleep, and I only end up putting it in at around 5:30 in the morning when my roommate starts waking up and making noise. I only wear one in the ear that's not laying on my pillow. I'm a side sleeper, because otherwise the plug ends up making my ear hurt. I set it out the night before. I'm a really light sleeper, and I always wake up when I need to roll over, and I'm conscious enough to take the earplug out of my ear and transfer it to my other ear. I've been doing it that way for years. So I have a container of tan-colored larger earplugs that I stopped using because they were too big and they hurt when I used them for too long. I kept them because it feels like a waste to throw them out, and I could possibly use them in a pinch if I run out of my smaller purple earplugs. Both containers of earplugs live in the bottom drawer of my nightstand. I only change out my lone purple earplug once in a while because they last longer that way. Every once in a while, I'll accidentally knock it off my nightstand and forget I need to replace it with a clean one. So I have to ready for the next night. This is what happened almost a week ago. When I rolled over to put it in my ear one morning, it wasn't there, and I had to go digging for a new one. My room is dark enough at that hour that I couldn't quite see which earplug container I was picking up, so I just ended up guessing. Turns out I pulled out a tan earplug and used it that night and saw it in the morning. It's still sitting on my nightstand. So I pulled out a purple one and set it on my nightstand for the coming night. One purple, one tan one clearly sitting on my nightstand and no others. I used the purple one that night, but sometime during the day the next day, I noticed that there are now 2 tan earplugs on my nightstand. I stare at it and wonder if I actually took out 2 for some reason. I don't remember that at all, and there would have been no need for it, and besides, I clearly remember only sitting one there before. I brush it off though, and go on with my day. A couple days go by, and I'm about to go to bed, and I glance at my nightstand, and now I have 4 tan earplugs sitting on my nightstand, and 1 purple one. I have absolutely no idea how they got there, and no one ever comes into my room. My roommate is actually an old lady I rent from, and she never goes into my room for any reason. When I was taking out earplugs that first night in the dark, I did it over the side of my bed, which means that any extra plugs would have fallen onto the floor or into my garage, which is right next to my nightstand. There's no way any could have made it to the top of my nightstand without me physically placing them there myself, which I know I didn't. I also know none had fallen because I dug the earplug out without tipping the container. I've had other small glitches like this happen in this house while wide awake, so it's not too surprising to me, but it's just weird, and I thought I'd share. Story by KXY Lan, Seasonal Inventory Update. Hi y'all, this is my first time sharing a story, but I need to get this out because I feel like I'm going crazy, and maybe I am. But here's the situation. I went to the grocery store the other day with my boyfriend. We have been together for 2 years, in case that's relevant. I picked out a couple of happy anniversary cards for my parents' anniversary, coming up in May. I ended up deciding on the one that said happy anniversary in glitter. My boyfriend also remembers this. I grabbed it in an envelope and checked out. Later that day, we went back and I picked up a Mother's Day card with an envelope as well. My boyfriend also remembers this. Here's where things get glitchy. My boyfriend pulled 2 cards out of the same bag. They would have been in separate bags. And one of them is now a Happy Easter card. No envelopes to be found. I don't even think the grocery store is selling Easter cards this late in the year. I feel like I'm going absolutely crazy. Is this proof of a glitch? Shared delusion? The Mother's Day card is still here, but the envelopes have gone missing. And the anniversary card is gone and replaced by an Easter card. I'm sure this sounds rambling, but I'm usually quite the skeptic, and this is driving me crazy. Story by NRDVRGNT, With a Dragonfly. A weird thing happened to me in 2012 that I still can't explain. A few months earlier, my dad had passed away after being in the ICU for several days. Around the time he died, my older sister, who lived in Florida, called us saying her backyard had suddenly filled with hundreds of dragonflies right after we told her he was gone. Because of that, dragonflies became kind of a symbolic thing in my family afterward. Later that year, my mom and sister went on a road trip and found tiny glass dragonfly figurines at a random roadside shop somewhere in the Midwest. They bought exactly 4 of them, one for my mom, one for each of my 2 sisters, and one for me. They were all different colors. Mine was dark blue and purple. A few months later, I flew from Arizona to California for work. While packing before the trip, I remember finding the dragonfly and setting it on a ledge in my dining room because I didn't want it to get lost in my suitcase. A few days into the trip, I was walking back from the bathroom at work and slipped my hand into my sweater pocket. I felt the dragonfly. At first, I thought maybe I had packed it without remembering, but when I pulled it out, it wasn't even the same color anymore. Instead of dark blue and purple, it was bright light blue. I actually texted my sister a picture of it because I thought maybe the color somehow changed from travel, pressure, lighting, whatever. I put it into a small pocket in my purse and forgot about it. About a week later, I got home to Arizona and started unpacking. As I walked past the ledge on my dining room, I froze. The original dark blue and purple dragonfly was still sitting exactly where I had left it before the trip. I immediately checked my purse. The light blue dragonfly was still there too, so now I have 2. I called my mom and sisters to make sure there hadn't secretly been extra purchased, but there weren't. There had only ever been 4 dragonflies total, 1 for each of us. Nobody had bought a 5th one. And nobody could explain where the light blue one came from. To this day, I still have both of them. I know there's probably some logical explanation somewhere, but I genuinely have never been able to figure it out. Some extra info. I did leave out some emotional impact flavor from the story before, but I wanted to add more now because it just feels right. I mean, it was my dad. So I wanted to add, the day I found the 2nd dragonfly was also the day I conceived my oldest. Of course, I didn't know this at the time and wouldn't put it together for another month or so. My mom decided that meant the baby would be a boy, because it was blue. And though I had wanted a boy so bad, her saying that more than solidified the feeling that I was having a girl. My dad already had 4 grandsons by way of my older sister. I told my mom, nah, he's sending a dragonfly to the only girl of his who didn't have one yet. A few months after that, it was confirmed that I'd be having his first granddaughter. It's one of my 13-year-old's favorite stories, and I promised her she'd be able to take the dragonfly for herself once she's grown, and I know she won't lose it in 3 days' time. Yeah, this is my favorite story because it's so emotional and tethered. I mean, I do believe in many ways there's so many signs and stories now at this point that if we die, a part of us remains behind. You have quantum immortality on one side, so the bulk of your sentience, you could say, goes to a different universe, but something of you is left behind. And that something can influence the material world in so many ways. There must be rules that govern exactly how they can, because so many people die, and so many of those people are good people who have friends and family that they love, but they don't always appear to them. In fact, very infrequently, compared to the totality of death that occurs, right? So there are some rules or some mechanism that limits the ability of these remnants, you could say, to interact with us. But when they do, man, sometimes it's so potent like this. I don't believe that your past father could have materialized this dragon figurine, but I do believe that they can interact with the world. They may have been observing you, saw that you had this dragon figurine. I mean, leaving the sign and planting the sign initially with all those dragonfly insects that came after he passed, and then later on just giving you another sign. Getting a figurine? Sure. He could wander around probably to some extent. That's another rule that isn't clear. How far can these remnants wander from where they're tethered to? Is it possible that he got another figurine from somewhere and just snuck it in your pocket? Absolutely. And I think that's what happened. It's so emotional. I mean, our feelings, they're not physical realities, but they do linger, even after we pass. How cool is that? Story by Trash Panda 7. Deep in the Meowtrix. Hey guys, currently freaking out, and you all have to join me. The apartment I live in, I'm able to see the kitchen almost entirely from my living room. I'm sitting on the couch eating my dinner, and my cat walks into the kitchen. I hear a little bit of almost rummaging. It sounds like she's trying to squeeze her way into something. I go into the kitchen to see what she's doing, and she's literally gone. I tore that entire kitchen apart. I opened my dishwasher. I moved my fridge. I opened my fridge. Maybe she squeezed in there. I opened every single drawer and cabinet in there. Mind you, my kitchen is very small. There's not many places she could have gone. I freaked out, so I went into my room to see if maybe she snuck in there, and I just didn't see. The second I go into my room and look under my bed, I hear that same rummaging again, so I run back to the kitchen, and she's literally just sitting there on the floor. She then proceeds to start literally attacking me. For anyone who doesn't know, my cat is the sweetest cat I've ever seen. She has literally never bitten me or anybody else or even scratched me since the day I got her. So when she started attacking me, to the point she was drawing blood, it was very concerning. I got this really dark feeling, and I got really freaked out, so I ran into my room. And then, when she followed me to come to attack me more, I jumped over her and shut my door and locked her in my room for about 30 minutes. Anyone who has ever met my cat knows that my cat will scream if she's locked inside somewhere, especially if somebody's out in the living room. My cat did not make a freaking peep while she was locked in my room. Eventually, I let her out, and she immediately hopped on the bar stool and went to sleep. I don't really know what to think of this, and I'm kind of freaking out. She has disappeared into my kitchen once before, and I kind of just shrugged it off and assumed that she got stuck behind something. I never really checked. But this time, I tore that kitchen apart, and I have literally no explanation for what just happened. What the frick has happened to my cat? Story by Katia T23. Publish or perish. This happened in May 2024. I was attending a conference in my hometown as a PhD student. Many professors that had taught me during my master's were here. A few minutes before the first afternoon presentation, I was arriving in the lecture room with my boyfriend, also a PhD student, and I noticed one of my former professors in the same room. We got along well during my master's, as she had been my referent for my thesis and had written me recommendation letters for my PhD program. So I was excited to go talk to her. I went up to her and said something along the lines of, "Hi, her name, it's my name. I'm happy to see you." And she looked at me in a very weird way. She said, "I know. We just spoke for 15 minutes in the hall. You told me about your PhD." I was super confused and was like, "Are you sure it was me? I just arrived in this building." But she insisted that it was indeed me. So the conversation ended very awkwardly, and I just moved on with the conference. I do not have any memory loss issues. I was with my boyfriend the entire time, and we had just come back from lunch. My boyfriend was also weirded out when I told him, as we had stuck together since lunch, and none of us had spoken to someone in the hall during lunch break. I didn't see anyone else that looked like me at this conference, which was quite small. Plus, my professor knew me well enough to not mistake me for someone else. Weirdest experience of my life. Story by Virtual Buster. Spotify knew too much. Hello. I have a story to tell you guys. It happened yesterday, and I have a witness, my 20-year-old daughter. I'll keep it as short as possible. This past Sunday, Mother's Day, I spent the day with my family. We did a nice outdoor walk and had a good dinner together. I went to take a shower. I was sitting on the lid on the toilet writing a quick email. I went to stand up and I almost fell through the glass shower door. I was shocked to realize that my legs and feet were completely numb and dead from knee down. There was no warning, no pins and needles. I wasn't sitting with my legs crossed or in a weird position. No pressure on them where the circulation would have been cut off. Anyway, the feeling came back after about 30 seconds, and now my feet and ankles are bruised and sore from flopping around. This is the backstory to what happened yesterday, Monday. I called my doctor and she told me to come in after work. I had my daughter, 20 years old, drive me. I'm in there for an hour and then come out with a note that I can't drive until I get an emergency MRI. My daughter opens up Spotify and puts on her rap playlist. City Girls is playing, rap group, and we are talking about what we're having for dinner. The song ends and out of nowhere, Ed Sheeran's song, Thinking Out Loud, starts to play. When your legs don't work like they used to. And then immediately switched to a similar rap group song, but in the middle of it, like that was what was playing the whole time. My daughter and I looked at each other like, what the frick? Her phone was on the console out of reach, no one touched it or changed the song, and the screen was black. I asked her if she was messing with me, but she said, how? She was spooked and so was I. Keep in mind my daughter would stick a knife in her eye before listening to Ed Sheeran, so it's not like it was on her Spotify Lite songs or playlists or stations. When we got home, she checked the phone and there was no sign of that song ever playing. It showed what had been, but no Ed Sheeran. What are the odds of this happening? I also forgot to mention that she was in the car with her phone the whole time, while I was in the doctor's office. I had the chills for over like an hour. She didn't Google anything about my symptoms or anything. What do you guys think? Yeah, so I would say, okay, this could be a prank, but not really. I mean, even I'm not the most tech-savvy person in the world, but I get around on technology, and I don't know how you would exactly program Spotify to only play one single line, one specific line from a different song, and not have it show up afterwards either. I don't think this could possibly have been her doing it, but I mean, maybe she's extremely smart. She's a Mr. Robot, female Mr. Robot, and she uses her skills just to prank you. I don't think so. So what happened? I mean, I do actually believe this was a prank, but from the higher level entities up there that are, whoever they are, whatever they are, this has to be tailored to, specifically her. It actually reminds me of certain scenes in From, the show. No real spoilers on this, but there's jukeboxes in the diner there, and they'll sometimes randomly play, and the people there don't know why. But though often the songs will be tailored to a specific person, something they're going through, and it's always maybe malicious, at least baseline prankster level, right? Can't say too much more about that, but yeah, something is out there that knows us, observes us, and often interacts with us. Doesn't seem too often to be malicious, but yeah. Prankster at least. And this is definitely something I would do. It's just also completely random, but I just wanted to mention that I really liked Ed Sheeran in Game of Thrones towards, I think the last season was it? One of the few redeeming scenes where Arya just gets off her horse and goes to sit by the fire with these Lannister soldiers who, they're just people too, Soldiers on either side. They're not really involved in the politics of it. They're just soldiers. Grunts, peons. But then Ed Sheeran's one of them with a great voice, and he's singing such a nice, lovely song. And it's a great little moment. Yeah. You gotta treasure those, right? Story by Elio Abel, Bathroom of the Damned. This event happened a few months ago, and I'll try to describe it in great detail because after retelling this story many times, absolutely no natural explanation fits, and everything was witnessed by two people at the same time. I met up with a cousin to have a beer at the Friday Samba gathering in Largo de Santa Cecilia, Sao Paulo, a weekly event that always gets very crowded where people sit at tables and chairs spread across the square and freely go into surrounding bars to buy drinks or use the bathrooms. We stayed talking from around 8:30 p.m. until 11:30 p.m. We literally drank 2 beers each, shared a plate of chicken bites, and nothing else before deciding to leave. I want to emphasize what we consumed to make it clear that we were not drunk or under the influence of any hallucinogens. Before walking back, we decided to use the restroom, but the bar we were standing in front of was too crowded, so we decided to go into the bar next door. That's when the whole anomaly began. We entered the bar, and it was completely empty. I don't mean not many people. I mean there wasn't even a bartender, no customers, no human being at all. The bar was open and fully lit as normal. There was simply nobody there. We went to the restroom in the back, which only had stalls and sinks. My cousin entered the first stall, and I entered the second. During the first few minutes we were there, I found it strange that my cousin kept knocking against the divider between the stalls, almost as if he were leaning on it, but nothing beyond that. When I came out to wash my hands, there was also a man washing his hands at the sink in front of the first stall. I stood next to him, looked him in the eyes, and he looked me directly in the eyes as well. I had never seen that person in my life. He was an older man, probably around 50 or 60 years old, with a very serious expression, but otherwise just an ordinary person in a public restroom. I looked toward the first stall, where I had just seen my cousin enter, and it was empty. I found it strange that he had already left, but again, nothing was impossible. I just assumed he was waiting for me outside the bar. I saw the strange man finish washing his hands and walk out. I had finished too, and left in the same direction. That's when I noticed he was wearing a green waist bag on his back, identical to my cousin's. The bar was still completely empty. I watched the man walk to the sidewalk and stop, as though he were waiting for someone. I also walked out to the sidewalk and, once again, stopped beside this person I had no idea who he was. Again, we looked directly into each other's eyes with absolutely no sign of recognition from either side. I looked around for my cousin. Since I had left the bar, there were now lots of people on the sidewalk. I walked around a bit, looking for him, but nothing. I thought, that's impossible. He must still be in the restroom. So I went back into the bar to look for him. As I walked toward the restroom, while the bar still remained completely empty, I felt my phone vibrate and saw it was my cousin calling me. Obviously, I answered immediately and asked where he was. Literally, while he was responding, I turned to look once again toward the sidewalk, and exactly where the strange man had been standing 1 second earlier, there was my cousin, standing in the same position, wearing the same green waist bag. We looked at each other and instantly recognized one another, so I walked back outside the bar. The moment we met, we almost simultaneously asked, "What the hell just happened?" That's when he told me his version of the events we had just experienced. His version was very similar to mine, but with some extremely important differences. He said he had not been banging on the stall divider at all. Quite the opposite. He had gone into the restroom, finished quickly, and had been waiting outside the bathroom, but still inside the empty bar, for me, for more than 10 minutes. He also saw a strange man washing his hands next to him. However, according to him, the man wasn't just older. His face was deformed, and in his words, he had an incredibly heavy energy, as though he wanted to hurt someone. He saw this strange man follow him out of the restroom and recognized parts of the clothing as being what I was wearing. Just like I had only recognized the green waste bag, he recognized my black t-shirt. When he saw the deformed man walk back into the bar, he decided to call me. According to him, he then witnessed almost a metamorphosis. As the man turned around, he saw changes in posture, shape, and face. And by the time the figure fully turned around, it was me standing there. After that, we simply met up and walked toward his house, where I would call an Uber. Everything was completely normal, as if nothing had happened. My cousin and I are both very skeptical people. He told me he spent days afterward feeling genuinely terrified, and I still have no reasonable explanation for what happened. So this story, in so many ways, is implying that the strange man that you were both seeing was each other, from a different timeline perhaps, a future version, incarnation of who you were and your cousin was, wearing the same getup. It's almost like a superimposition of a future possibility, but imposed only for your perception on the other. Very odd glitch, I have to say. I don't really know where it would fit in my general cognition in terms of glitches. We have different multiverse options, that's for sure, but if you mix in different timelines too, and then only in the sight of it, my question is, what would other people see when he walked outside and people were passing by? What did they see of this person? I mean, which version of him did they see? Or did they simply see you and your cousin, but you were occupying similar spaces too? Something about it is very trippy. It's one of those stories where, when you think about it, the implications of it are so beyond what we're really accustomed to dealing with, even in glitches, because you're occupying the same space, which is impossible via the Pauli exclusion principle. So you're overlapping in areas just there that are not possible. And then you're switching between who is even viewed and their clothing. It's one of those things where I really don't have any concrete theory. All I can say is it's damn weird. And then ask the question of, what is it for? Because something like this I don't think is random. There'd be no reason for it to be random. What about the bar too? Why was that empty during the middle of the day? It wasn't closed or locked. No one else went in there? Maybe the locals know that it's a bar of the damned indeed. Story by Rain Maybe, The Dipstick of Destiny. I've been telling this story to friends, family, anyone that will listen since it happened 1.5 years ago, but nobody has ever offered a good explanation. I met my best friend on Twitter, as we were in the same fandom for a YouTube group. After FaceTiming every day for 6 months, I flew to Canada to stay with her for a week. We had just gone out to lunch, and were both pretty tired. We decided to just go back to her house and take a nap. I was kinda bummed out about it because I didn't want to waste any of the time I had left with her, but I didn't say anything. Here's where it gets actually stupid. On the drive back, one of the YouTubers from our fandom posts a photo dump on Instagram. I'm scrolling through while she's driving, and I spot a shirtless selfie. As two dramatic fangirls do, I start screaming at the top of my lungs. My friend wanted to see the pic, but I told her she'd crash a car if I showed her while driving. So she pulled into the nearest parking lot, where we proceeded to actually tweak out and lose our minds over it for 2 straight hours. I wish that was an exaggeration. Trust me, I understand how dumb this sounds. Deciding that 2 hours in a Catholic Education Center parking lot was too long to be tweaking out over a shirtless boy for, my friend went to turn the car back on to leave. The car starts making most insanely terrifying sound, like the engine was about to fall right at the bottom. The dash lights are flashing, and when they put the car in reverse, it simply won't move. She tries multiple times, but no luck. Everything is wrong with the car. She called her dad, but he didn't answer. So I decided to FaceTime my mom, as she is super knowledgeable about cars. She told me it sounded like the car was low on oil. On FaceTime, she walked me through how to check the oil, and we discovered that the dipstick was bone dry. Not a single drop of oil in the car. Touching it with our fingers and everything, absolutely none. My friend is confused because her dad literally just changed her oil that previous weekend. My mom said it's possible that he didn't secure it well and it leaked out or something. My friend calls her dad again, and this time he answers. He's at work, and he says he will leave to come find us and bring supplies to put more oil in the car. He's confused though, because if the car were to leak oil, it would be all over the driveway, right? Between him being stuck in traffic and having to finish up some stuff at work, it takes him over 2 hours to come find us in this parking lot. In the meantime, my friend and I are having the most fun either of us have ever had in our lives. We were slap happy for some reason. Neither of us even slightly tired anymore. It was like a 3 a.m. sleepover, and every little thing was the funniest thing we've ever heard. Finally, her dad arrives. He gets in the driver's seat and turns on the car. It comes on perfectly. No noise, no flashing lights. We put it in reverse with no problem. The car is fine. He gets out and lifts the hood, checking the dipstick. The car has oil. The perfect amount. Nothing is wrong with the car. My friend and I are losing our ever-loving minds. It makes no sense. The car had no oil. I would think that it was just us being stupid and not knowing how to check oil if it wasn't for my mom on FaceTime who witnessed that it was completely and utterly dry. That car did not have any oil, and now it did. Her dad thought we were idiots. We got in the car and drove back home with no issues. But we did see upwards of 10 different angel numbers on various billboards, license plates, bus stop signs, etc. throughout the drive. We got back to her house and proceeded to have the greatest night of our lives. Still to this day, it's the most fun I've ever had. We both laughed so hard that day that we lost our voices. I don't know why we were stuck in a parking lot for 4+ hours that day, but I think maybe we were being protected from something that would have happened if we never pulled over. I don't know. I can't explain it. Nobody can. There was no oil in that car. Alright, this was almost my favorite story. It's still obviously really good. You have your mom that is the extra video time, FaceTimed witness. I mean, you have events like this where you just ask yourself, okay, if reality is not fixed, then what is it? I mean, who applied this illusion to all three of you? Even over a video call too? Or was it simply the state of matter in that car shifted? You video called, so it wasn't a different universe, because then if you bring a cell phone to a different universe, the way cell phones are configured for security, they wouldn't even be able to connect to the same tower. So you wouldn't be able to get a signal at all. You'd have no signal. This is often what happens when people shift to different realities. In those new realities, their phones simply, they'll turn on. You can touch them, but you won't have a signal. Huh. So you were in the same universe as far as I can tell. The signs point to that. The matter in the tank that holds the oil just vanished temporarily. So weird. Why would it do that? Maybe indeed, as you suggest, it is a guardian angel that somehow temporarily depleted the oil so you couldn't go. And you're correct that for some reason, driving at that point in time at night would have been catastrophically bad for both of you. And your guardian angel just said, nope, I'm protecting you. And you're going to have a great night too. So, at least that's good. He had the shirtless entertainment. Story by Attitude Girl, Return of the Paperback. 4 years ago, I was moving, so I donated books I no longer needed or hadn't read in years. A lot of fiction, some non-fiction. The book I lost is one of my favorite books of all time, and it is non-fiction, packed with wonderful information and quotes. It's a limited edition book, so it's pricey online, which is why I never repurchased it. Anyway, back to the story. After I unpacked all my books in my new house, I moved again since then, I noticed that my favorite book was not there. I immediately realized it must have been accidentally added to the donation stack. I was so annoyed and hurt. I was so hurt that I applied Buddhist logic to me losing this book and practiced the art of detachment. Those things we no longer need leave our lives, and if we do need it, we will get it again. Over the years, I would search for the book on Amazon. It was still pricey. What annoyed me the most about the price is that I got the book for like $7, so me paying an insane inflated amount was out of the question, favorite book or not. I checked eBay, but it was never listed by anyone. Well, a couple weeks ago, I moved again, like I noted earlier. I unpacked my books and, well, my favorite book reappeared. There's no way I overlooked it because my book collection had gotten smaller, and I would have definitely noticed it years ago, and not only not put it on the shelf, but put it on my book table. My brain is trying to rationalize it and say it's because I thought I lost it and detached, but I looked at all my books before detaching. There's no way I missed it. Cognitive dissonance or a true glitch in the matrix. All I know is my story, and that I'm happy I got my favorite book back. Story by Accomplished Will 226. Grief rendered early. The night before my grandmother died, I had a dream so specific and vivid that it had furniture in it, smells, a dream where I could feel the air and the subtle heat of the sun on my skin in the brief time I was outdoors. God, it was another life to me for a few hours. No dream even close to it has ever happened to me again. It was not vague dread, not a nightmare settling where the walls breathe or your teeth come loose, or your hair strangles you alive, or Bugs Bunny has a chainsaw. I've had some weird nightmares, I guess. This was in their living room. The brown couch. The lamp with the cream shade that always sat slightly crooked no matter how many times I adjusted it. My grandfather was in a chair that seemed too small for his grief, which was enormous, which I had never seen before on his face, and didn't have a word for yet because I was a child, and had never watched a man come apart from the inside before. A word, not a real concept for me yet. There was a minister there too, donning those black robes. I don't remember his face, but I remember the fact of him. My mom was crying. My sisters were crying too. I woke up suddenly after this, but the dream didn't fade as how most of my dreams did. Like they were flowing down a river. This one lingered, the details and emotions and all. I don't know if I told anyone. I don't think I did. What do you say? I think I dreamed something terrible and I need someone to tell me it wasn't real? Well, duh. At some point, I ended up next door, as I was a migrating kid then. Between yards without any ceremony or having to call over. Good buds with the neighbor's brother, and I was in the middle of something, some game, but it's not important. That's when my mother's voice came over the fence, loud and hefty. Her voice had a shape to it I recognized before I understood the words. Symbols of raw emotion carved into the air they moved. It was a gut punch because this is what my nightmare earlier was about, how it started. I told my friend this, but he didn't understand. Oh no, this is how my nightmare began. And it was no question, it was a fact. She had never been sick, so there was no warning whatsoever. No prior episodes, nothing that would have given a dream like what I had any rational foothold. Several massive heart attacks, they told us later. One after another, throughout the night. She revived, coded again, revived, then gone. Her body was fighting in the dark while I slept and dreamed the aftermath of what hadn't happened yet. What the frick? It has never happened to me again. Whatever door was opened in my young brain then was never opened again. I don't want some stupid premonition power, not when it leads to this kind of double pain. It wasn't preparing me for anything. Maybe it wasn't my ability. Maybe it was my grandma reaching out to me. Sometimes I wonder if that's the case. Did she touch other people as they slept? I never asked my mom or dad or sister. I'm an adult now, and I still never asked because I think I'm afraid to know the answer. And I don't know why I'm afraid. You know, I'm lingering on what you said towards the end, where you don't want this power, if it is a power, and that is the question, right? Is it a premonition power? Interfacing, your mind was pulling from threads of information from the beyond, of what is happening while you're dreaming, but also what will happen later on. To prepare you? I mean, conceivably, but really, as you say, all that did was inflict a double whammy of pain for you. That's not better, I don't think. You can't prepare for death like that of someone you care for. I'd rather just, when it happens, then I know. There's no way to brace for it. I don't think so. I mean, maybe if it was years and years at hand, beforehand, like if you tell me my friend's gonna die in exactly 35 years and 14 days or something, maybe that's better, I don't know. would I want to know? Not my own death clock, but someone else's that I care for. Honestly, no, I don't think so. I don't think it would help. I don't think it's premonition. I think there are rules that govern, as I mentioned before, they govern how remnants, the spirits left over, can interact with us. They feel more loose when someone initially dies, passes away, very early on. They can reach out. Maybe they can only reach out to one or so many people, one or two people. Maybe it's an energy issue, which would explain a few things, I think. It makes sense. I mean, if you're dying, you would want to reach out to people that you really care about. Maybe it's not as easy as just saying, you're passed on now. You're a spirit. So now you just have like this interface to select, okay, I'm going to go visit my grandson or my parents if they're still alive, or, you can just select exactly. It's probably more like an emotional instinct rather than a definitive choice with some graphical interface to choose from. I really wonder how it works though. There's a lot of questions there. Story by OK Koala 655. Amazon Prime Directive. About 7 years ago, I moved into a brand new flat, but rented with another person. We had a Juliet balcony, which is not a balcony at all, but a large roof to floor-style glass door that open inwards and you have a rail covering. I was young and partied a lot at the time, but was also a bit skint, and I always thought about the fact I would love a blackout curtain for these Juliet doors from my more delicate days. I never mentioned this to anyone. One day, my mom received a parcel at her address which was addressed to me, and it's the same blackout curtains that fit my doors exactly, and the color matched with the aesthetics of the room. A, I didn't tell anyone about wanting these style curtains. B, no one knows my mom's address. C, I sometimes wonder, did my mom order them, but she only visited my flat once, briefly, and I've never measured the length, and she wouldn't have had time to, and she swears blind she didn't. And to be honest, why would she lie? She treats me a lot, and would just say it's on her. And D, I definitely didn't order them and forget, as I wouldn't have had the money to, and I would have ordered them to the flat itself. The person I lived with wouldn't have ordered them, as he was a typical man and didn't really care about aesthetics or decorating, and we didn't own a measuring tape either. I remember at the time saying, maybe it's future me sending them to pass me, but I've always wondered, while slightly dull subject matter, what the hell happened? Okay, not much to say on this story. I just wanted to say that it's funny that you say this isn't really that interesting, which is just, all of these stories to me are so fascinating. I literally can read them forever for my whole life. It's just crazy. Life is so cool and interesting, even in these small glitches. Story by Paul Robert Blaze. A real hit and a real miss. I keep telling people this, and they don't believe me, or they try to be polite and feign interest and acknowledgement. But I was there. I felt the impact. Not a crunch, more like hitting a sandbag dropped from a roof. A dense, full-body thud that came up through the steering wheel and into my palms. Full vibration that rattled my bones. And then the deer was just gone. Over the hood, into the dark. I didn't stop. I don't know why I didn't stop. I think I was afraid of what I'd find on the shoulder. I'm a softie at heart. Even killing spiders feels wrong. And don't get me started on mousetraps. Anyway, this was on Route 54, maybe 11 at night. She came from the left, or he. I always say her, I don't know why. Brown, mid-sized, moving fast in a mechanical deer way, with legs like they're being puppeted. And then the windshield filled up with her, and I didn't brake. I couldn't brake. There wasn't time for anything like that. By the time my brain even realized she was there, boom and thud. I finally pulled over about a half-mile up. I got out and walked around the car with my phone flashlight, crouching at the bumper, running my hand along the hood. This is the glitch. Nothing, not a dent, not a hair, not a smear or anything, not a droplet of blood. The car looked like it did in the driveway that morning, which made the whole thing feel like something I'd constructed in my mind? A false memory forming in real time? I stood there on the gravel for a while, by the side of the highway. Trucks went by. the gentle breeze bending the stalks of grass down below beyond the guardrail. Life was still normal, and disregarding me and my total insane memory that definitely happened, but my car says didn't? The hell? I got back in and drove home and didn't tell my wife until the next morning. And when I told her, she looked at me with so many emotions in one face. Confusion, there was concern, a bit of terror, thinking I'd gone mad, after she also examined the front of the car. Yeah, I don't blame her. I don't know if I believe myself, and that's real horror. Okay, this is my favorite story. There are so many implications that arise from this, where it could be quantum immortality, which isn't, we haven't really delved into quantum immortality definitively for a while. I just think that it's so fascinating how you could indeed be in a different reality just because of a deer. I mean, deer impacts, they're no joke. People should be very careful when they drive at night. If you're on a motorcycle or in a car, the impact, I mean, deer weigh quite a bit, and it's almost like hitting a brick wall, even though there's some movement, and yeah, if you're going fast enough, man, not good for the deer, not good for you. The, explosiveness of the airbag deployed could knock you out, cause concussions, could cause death. Yeah, it could be quantum immortality. Or, to what extent are our brains able to render a different reality? In real time, I mean, the extent is quite crazy. You know, I was just reading about a story where someone was in a coma. A girl was in a coma for, was it a few weeks? Or maybe not even a few weeks. She ended up living out like 7 years in her mind, but in such a way that she truly believed everything that happened in that coma dream state was real. She had a family, she had kids, and then you just wake up and it's all not real? I mean, in that dream state, she was living a real life. She went to bed, she ate food, she went to work, she did everything normal. And it was as real life. So what the hell is real life, right? If it's like, Morpheus asking Neo, what is real? Electrical impulses interpreted by your brain, right? I mean, it's all happening up here. To what extent do we know that our real life is real? Maybe I'm going to wake up tomorrow and the past 10 years were just fiction for me. I don't think that's going to happen, but I guess that's the point. It's so real that you just don't know. And that is, it's a bit disconcerting. I guess in a way it's kind of exciting too, because you just don't even know what's real. That means the possibilities are, it's like Tyrion saying to Jaime that, life is so exciting. There's so many possibilities. Life is full of possibilities. Yeah, talking about something a bit more cruel than what I am, but yeah. I concur with that assessment. Story by Sugar Vivid, Cigarettes with Ancient Evil. It was 4 years ago in the central region of Transylvania in Romania. Me and my girlfriend, now wife, used to chill on summer nights just outside the town next to a forest. The place had a really nice view. Mountains and summer houses look really nice in summer. Anyway, the place is not necessarily isolated, but you have to cross a forest by car to get there. And let's say you see a car driving by every 5 minutes or so. Anyway, I've been there hundreds of times, nothing special, until this evening, which seemed really normal at first. We were smoking cigarettes, watching the view, just recovering after work. Suddenly, this really strange vibe came around, something very primal, hard to describe. It's like out of nowhere, something around me woke up, and you kind of felt part of it, and kind of had a hint of what it is, and you knew it's goddamn bad. Thing is, we're both quite skeptical, and my wife religious, so we don't really think much of the paranormal subject. But when this happened, we both knew instantly it was time to go, without talking to each other. It was a feeling mixed with a sound the forest and the wind made at the same time. Very hard to describe. It's like the whole world changed for a second and something opened. Anyway, things didn't finish here. I started driving like it was a race of my life, but somehow we passed something that looked like some sort of black animal, maybe a cat or something, but unclear. That thing started running after the car and could keep up somehow with the car until it eventually hit one of the wheels as I heard and felt the impact, which made the whole situation even more crazy. We just drove straight home and never spoke about it, until months later. Anyway, it left me feeling like disgust and fear, and I want to forget about it or wish it never happened. Story by Artin Rez 57. Catch of the Day. Sounds weird, but when I'm doing dishes, I think. Last week, as I was washing up, I thought about my brother who passed over 10 years ago at age 51. He and I had periods of estrangement, and we weren't super close. I thought about some of his life choices that led to his demise and felt very sad about it all. It seemed like he could never catch a break, even after he cleaned up his act and got sober. Crisis after crisis would happen to him, and then one day he was diagnosed with lung cancer. In my head, I told him I was sorry that his life had not been great, and I hoped he was happy now, wherever he is. A couple of hours later, I was tidying up, and I noticed what looked like a small piece of paper on the living room floor, right in the middle of the room. I picked it up and turned it over. It was an old black and white photo from the 70s of my brother at about age 9. He was holding up a fish he had caught with a huge grin on his face. Fishing was his lifelong joy, and he did it until his health gave out. For the life of me, I can't figure out how that photo would have gotten there. I did have a box of family photos sitting in the hallway that I'd been meaning to carry to the basement. But there was a heavy lamp on top of the box, and I hadn't gone through any of the photos. They came from my sister, who didn't have space for them. So, I like to think it was a small sign from my brother, that he is doing okay and is happy. Maybe even fishing in some heavenly lake somewhere. Story by Sifat Siddiq. The Shadow on a Strict Diet. Back in college, I rented a cheap basement apartment in a house built in the 20s. One night, a brutal thunderstorm knocked the power out across the entire grid. Pitch black. Dead silence, except for the rain hammering down like it wanted to. I lit a single candle, set it on the kitchen island, and sat on the couch trying to wait it out. I was 20 and broke, there's nothing else to do. About 20 minutes later, the ambient temperature plummeted. I could actually see my own breath fogging out in little clouds that hung there too long. I looked up toward the kitchen. The candle was still burning, but the flame cast no shadow on the wall behind it. Instead, right beside the candle, a distinct towering shadow of a man stretched across the plaster, swaying slightly, as if breathing in time with something I couldn't hear. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and grabbed my phone flashlight. The second the light hit the wall, the shadow vanished just like that, leaving the plaster blank again, except for the faint flicker of the real candle. My heart was doing a stupid thud thing, but I stayed put for a minute longer, hoping I wasn't having a heart attack, staring at the spot where it had been, wondering if the cold had messed with my head, or if the old house had decided to show me something it kept down there in the dark, far away from people. The power stayed out for 2 more days, and I spent both of them sleeping in a booth at a local diner, with the vinyl sticky under my cheek. But at least there were lights and people, and no swaying shadows that didn't belong to anything real. Never did figure out what that was. I still don't light candles alone in an old place, though. Story by Whimsical Feeling. A rain check for 2. I was driving downtown Los Angeles in the middle of the afternoon. A perfectly sunny LA day, not a cloud in the sky. Traffic had a lazy afternoon drag to it, where everything feels slowed down on purpose. I stopped at a stoplight, and then suddenly it started pouring rain on my car, and the one directly next to me, but just our cars. The rest of the street stayed bone dry, like someone drew a line down the middle of the road, and said only here. The other driver and I looked at each other completely bewildered and scared. I'm craning my neck up trying to see if maybe it's something being poured off a roof, but there was nothing directly above or on any neighboring roofs. After 30 seconds, the light changed, and I had to move the next block completely free of any sign of rain. I pulled over a couple minutes later, heart still thumping a little, because what the hell? Checked the hood for streaks or whatever, and it was just clean water droplets, like after a rainstorm, with no smell, no weird color, nothing gross. My brain kept looping back to airplane waste tanks the whole way home, but it didn't fit. Again, everything was clean. It was so weird I still can't explain it. The sun never stopped shining, there were no clouds anywhere. But I sat there when I got home, just staring at the wet spots drying up, wondering if I'd hallucinated the whole thing, but I couldn't have because the other woman was there too. Was this some kind of extremely elaborate prank? I don't get it. Well, you went through the ideas I had in my head. I think there are weather phenomena where very small clouds that you probably couldn't see from the ground could unleash a great burst of rain. But I don't know, for the amount of time that would be implied, like you're stopped at a stoplight, I'm guessing for minutes, maybe at least a few seconds, that it continued. I don't know if you parked and looked back and if it moved at all. That's the other thing, that the rain probably wouldn't be in just one specific spot. This literally happens in the Truman Show, right? Where he's just on the beach and they cue up "Enter the Rain" because he's in a sad moment or something. So I don't know if there was any melancholy in your soul at that time, but yeah, kind of seems like that, right? I don't think you're actually in the Truman Show, but maybe we all are on the Truman Show. That's a even more disturbing thought, right? We're on the Truman Show for aliens or something, because I always have to inject aliens into the dynamic, the equation. Yeah, maybe we'll find out one day. Story by Granny Gumjobs. Flip the switch, see the truth. I went for my driver's permit test, and they started with a vision test by looking into this little box with a screen inside. I was going through them one by one, relatively fine, but eventually, the guy asked me to read off the numbers that were being shown, entirely blank. I told the proctor this, and he looked confused and asked the guy behind me to look inside. He read off a number. The proctor told me to visit my eye doctor to see what's up with my eyes. I went to the eye doctor, and they did their tests, including an additional test for color blindness, which I passed with no problem. The doctor said my glasses needed a bit of an update, but other than that, she had no idea why I would have an issue with the exam. The whole thing left me standing there blinking at her, like maybe I'd imagined the blank screen. I returned to the testing site for round 2, and everything went exactly as it did the first time. Red triangle, the number 36 is blue, yada yada, until eventually the guy asked me what the number is on the screen. Blank. After a bit of back and forth with the proctor about having been to the optometrist, one of the other proctors perks his head up and says, "Oh, hold on," and flips a switch behind their desk. The number 85 appears clear as day. The proctor I'd been talking to looked a little confused and went, "Oh, okay," and we proceeded as normal until I passed and was allowed to take the written section of the exam. To this day, I have no idea what that switch was or why I couldn't see what the person behind me saw. The way the light shifted or something in the machine, maybe, but it never sat right, because why would the first proctor not understand there was a switch or whatever it did that shifted it? And I'm not colorblind, so what would cause me not being able to see a number that other people could? It's just very odd. Story by Anonymous Loner Fervor. 50 yards of unfinished business. I saw my dead father 3 times in the 10 years since he died. Once in the mountains with my high school girlfriend's family, once in Japan, and once at about 2 a.m. while working at a former job. I haven't seen him since, but it's always been a what the frick moment for me that just lingers in moments when I'm not expecting it. You'd ask how he appears like a normal human. I suppose always staring at me, which gave me the uneasy feeling of someone watching me. You know when anyone within 50 yards is watching at you and you get a feeling crawling up your neck? At the mountains, he was on a bridge looking over the creek, the one I was staring at, and people appearing to walk around him like he wasn't even there, but he was solid as anything. Then he turned and walked off. I ran over to the area and found nothing, just an empty bridge and the water rushing below the same as before. In Japan, it was at the Peace Park. He was on top of some stairs, looking over at the people, and then turned and walked away again. I ran over and found nothing, the steps still warm from the sun. Maybe or maybe not. When I was at work, it wasn't a great area, as it had a lot of homeless living in the woods, but he was standing under the only light in the back. He smiled, and once again turned to walk away, but this time towards the woods, making no sound at all. I didn't follow this time, as I was locked into the area, but the features were all there, the way his shoulders sat, the same old jacket maybe. This was also about the same time as when I had my daughter. The overlap still messes with my head sometime, like he was checking in or something, but who knows? Never figured any of it out. Story by Independent Tax 7366. St. Anthony's Side Hustle. So one day, I, 21 female, went to the supermarket because I was craving chocolate. It's literally a 2-minute walk from my apartment, so I just threw a coat over my pajamas and went. I remember putting my wallet in my pocket, paying, putting it back, and going home. When I got back, I left my coat on a chair since I was going to wear it again the next day. Next morning arrives, I'm getting ready for college, put the jacket on, and where's my wallet? I searched everywhere, my bag, drawers, even under my bed, remember this spot, and nothing was there. Kinda started panicking because it had everything, my bank cards, ID, my Metro pass, so I couldn't even go to class since I go by Metro every day. Then somehow, while searching my desk for the 10,000th time, my Metro pass just appears, but only that. How does that even make sense if it was inside my wallet, which had completely disappeared? Anyway, I went to class, and then I went to the bank, canceled everything, and remade my ID, which was a huge pain. Then yesterday, I'm changing into pajamas, and a 1-pound coin falls under my bed. I bend down to grab it, and there's my wallet under my bed, but the coin gone. Couldn't find it. And I swear I had already checked multiple times and even vacuumed under there and found nothing. Okay, and the weirdest part is that the weekend I found my wallet, my parents had gone on a trip by themselves. When they got back, they told me they had visited a church called Igreja de Santo Antonio das Casas Perdidas, basically Saint Anthony of Lost Things, who's supposedly linked to finding stuff you've lost, and they said they've prayed for me. I'm not religious, but that was weird and too much of a coincidence, so yeah, I'm just glad I found my wallet. Story by Ware Kitchen 3358. Deja Vu. So, about 4 years ago, my 3 friends and I were sitting on a play structure by my home at night. It was a center part of the structure, like most have, with a doorway leading off in 4 directions to other sections of the set. I remember this specifically because each of us were sitting in one of the doorways. I will use fake names here. It was me sitting in the northern quadrant, my friend Lily sitting in the north, my friend Eliza sitting in the west, and a boy who we weren't super close with but who went to school with us, I'll call him Steven, sitting to the east. We were just getting to know questions that Lily had found online. I feel the need to say that none of us had been drinking or smoking. We were only 17 and a pretty tame group. So we're doing the questions when, out of nowhere, my vision goes blurry, and the only way I can explain it is that it looked like someone had placed a line of film over my vision, and I was seeing something other than reality playing out. In the scene, I could see Lily across from me, and she looked extremely angry. She was more upset than I'd ever seen her before, seemingly at me and Eliza. I couldn't see Eliza's face. Stephen looked almost scared of Lily. His face was pale, and he didn't say anything. Then just like that, the vision, or whatever, was over, and I realized I had a stabbing pain in my head. Back then, I never wore my glasses, so migraines weren't weird to me, but I thought I'd voice what happened, as people often do when they get déjà vu. I said, "Whoa, I just had the craziest déjà vu." That's when Eliza looked at me weird and said, "Me too." I thought this was weird, but just coincidental, and said, "Yeah, we were all sitting here and everything was as it is now except Lily was," and that's where Eliza cut me off and said, "Angry." I stopped and looked at her, and she repeated exactly the same thing that happened to me without me having told her any of the specifics or the film or anything. By the time we were both done, all of us were freaked out. Stephen was clutching his rosary beads and wanted to go home. None of us argued. The funny thing is, if it had been me and Lily, who have been inseparable for years, I wouldn't have thought it was that weird. We joked that we share a brain cell all the time, but back then, I barely even knew Eliza. She didn't even like me. Now we're best friends, but to us it was absurd that we'd be the ones experiencing that. Can anyone tell me what this could have been? It was so strange, and I think about it all the time. Every once in a while we bring it up, and can only recall it as that time that weird thing happened. To this day, it's been up there with the strangest things I've ever experienced. So when you mentioned film grain, or just like a film setting or visual bug artifact, I was thinking about visual snow. I have probably said it a few times on the channel, but I have visual snow, which is just the overactive part of my visual cortex. It doesn't have a filter process where most brains do. It's like filtering out noise from an audio program when I'm recording. You can do that in Audacity, it's easy. There's no Audacity for the noise in my brain and some other, but that's always there persistent. I haven't heard of that coming into play temporarily and going away, so these kind of artifact bugs, especially shared between two people, clearly has to be an influence of the area, but that's so weird because the other two people, your other two friends, didn't experience it. So I think there are glitches like this where local phenomena can impact some people but not everyone. Some people can perceive it, others can't. Recalling that story where someone was watching TV with their sister and their mom, and they saw the TV as just static, I think. Or was it just turned off? I think they saw it as static. But their mom and sister saw the movie playing like normal. So local area effects don't have to impact everyone. And that's very interesting. There's some mechanism in the brain where different wiring can influence how you perceive even glitches, which is kind of interesting, isn't it? It's like a glitch within a glitch. Story by Celery Worried. Ping Theory of Reality. I lost a small key, which opened the safe at work. Stupid small thing, barely the length of a thumbnail. It looks like it belongs to a diary a 12-year-old keeps under her mattress. I was always neurotic about it, obsessively so. Every morning I'd check for it before I even checked my phone, fingers fishing around in the inside pocket of my purse until I felt the teeth of it. So when it wasn't there, I didn't just think I'd misplaced it. It felt like something had been done to me, targeted. I checked the purse 17 times, maybe more. I checked the little ceramic dish by the front door where I threw my receipts and lip balm and things I'll never look at again, as that was the most obvious spot it could be. I pulled the bed away from the wall. I got down on my hands and knees on the kitchen floor with my phone torch sweeping under the fridge, finding only a petrified pea and some grim evidence of a former self. Nothing, in other words. I told myself I'd find it. I didn't find it. Work was awful. I won't go into the details of the trouble because the details are embarrassing and also beside the point, but it was notable and impacted my review. Weeks passed. I stopped thinking about the key, or I tried to. Typical kind of reaction from what I've seen. Then one afternoon I was in my bedroom doing some ironing. Yes, some people still iron clothes, believe it or not. Not thinking about anything, just standing there in a blank, meditative state that ironing puts you in, steam rising, the faint burnt smell of the cotton, and then, behind me, a sound, small and sharp and absolutely distinct, a ping. The specific, definitive sound of metal hitting a hard floor. I turned around. The key was lying on the floorboards on the other side of the room, just sitting there, not near anything, not by the skirting board or under the radiator, somewhere it might have rolled to from elsewhere, just there in the open floor, as if it had simply arrived. I stood looking at it for a long time before I picked it up. I don't know what I was waiting for. Story by General Relativity E, a timeline tenant. To make it simple, I lived for 6 years at the same place. It was a few years ago. I was studying at the time, so sometimes coming back to my family home. It was a flat at the ground floor of a building where there were 3 other flats. I was at the end of the corridor. I never met the neighbor in front of me that is also on the side. Don't know if it was even rented. Briefly saw a few times neighbor side to me, very briefly. Just like some hellos at top. However, I've met a few of the ones in front of me. Actually, I'm pretty sure I remember them all. At first, there was a white girl, a student. Then there was a black girl student. And then for a longer time, a tall white guy, a psychologist. But not Hannibal Lecter, thankfully. I spoke a bit more with the last one, from time to time. Globally brief exchanges, but still there were some. I remember one day, when he forgot to close his door, I rang the bell until he came, to warn him, for example. I think not much longer after that, when leaving the flat, I came across a new guy. He was middle-sized, 170 centimeters, something like that, white, with a bit of a reggae vibe. Chill dude. I asked him if he was a friend or neighbor, the tall dude, but then he looked at me a bit weirdly. Through the conversation, he told me he's been living here for like 5 years. I responded to him, that's impossible. There was another guy like a month ago, but he looked even weirder, so I didn't push the conversation any further, and he looked genuine in his expression. That would mean he lived for as long as I did at the same place, which was absolutely impossible. Couldn't be a romantic partner. I witnessed the moving up of a black girl moving in with family. From then on, in the remaining year I spent there, I saw him only as a neighbor. We talked a bit from time to time, brief exchanges, like when I asked him if he had food for a stray cat I hosted when she wanted. Catzilla. Big up to you, wherever you are, roommates. This is the only bizarre thing I experienced. Something's off about it. That was not my neighbor, but apparently was forever. Can't recall any other weird stuff of this sort. Story by Separate Project 9167. 2,000 miles, but still home. She was a small dog, and she always treated beds like they were hers by right. She pays the rent, and don't forget it, boy. She'd do this thing where she'd walk in slow circles before lying down, like she was tamping down tall grass that wasn't there. And then she'd press herself against the back of your knees with a final exhale that meant she was done for the night. An unmistakable sound and overall routine. Anyways, I'd been out there long enough that 2,000 miles had started to feel normal, which is a type of loss nobody warns you about. You stop noticing the distance until something makes you notice it. I called home less than I should have. I knew she was sick, the diabetes, the cancer, the vet visits my mom would relay to me in these soft, measured updates that were clearly designed not to alarm me, which of course alarmed me more. But she'd rallied before. Dogs do that. They're worse and they're better, then you think maybe you'd been catastrophizing. I told myself she had time. I mostly believed it. That morning, I was in a dream limbo state between awake and aware of my dreams, where the room is starting to come through and you're aware of your own body again. Not sleep paralysis by any measure, by the way. And I felt her. The mattress dipping from her weight, the small, deliberate steps, and especially the circling. Then that sigh, that exact sigh, which I can still hear and always will, and the pressure against the back of my legs. I didn't question it. Why would I? It was just her doing what she always did. I don't know how long I lay there. Not long. Something came loose in my chest, some half-thought, and I was suddenly very awake. I sat up. The bed was empty, obviously. The room was the same room it always was, thin morning light. My shoes on the floor, nothing remarkable anywhere. I sat there for a minute just looking at the space where she'd been, which was also the space where she'd never been, and didn't know what to do with that, so I just got up. When my mom called, I already knew what she was going to say. I knew before I picked up. I let her tell me anyway because she needed to, and then I told her I knew. And there was this pause where she wasn't sure what to do with that, and honestly, neither did I. Grief is strange. It was still grief. I still cried in the shower. Still had the moments, weeks later, where I'd think to tell someone something about her before remembering that she's gone. But there's a difference between a loss and a disappearance. And she hadn't disappeared. She'd come by. She'd done her circles. She'd sigh her final sigh. She'd pressed herself against me one more time. I don't have a cleaner way to say it other than, goodbye, sweet Ruby. Yeah, this is my favorite story. It's just so touching. I mean, I'm a dog man. I don't know what else to say. The idea of moving away, even when your dog or your family's dog is still alive, over time you do lose contact. You just ease into the loneliness of the distance, but your dog always remembers. It's like those images or videos where a dog's owner dies and they stick around at the gravesite. They just can't go away. A dog is so loyal. It's brings a tear to my eye just thinking about it. And this story just, it's very heavy. And yeah, even pets, I think, have souls. And they care so tremendously about us that, yeah, she had to say a final goodbye. It is interesting, though, what are the rules, right? If it's just a fragment of a soul left behind, why not come back again? Why can't they? Not just a pet, but a human being. There are some rules that we aren't privy to, and I'm curious if we can ever figure them out. It's, pretty neat, though, if you can linger behind. Yeah, what are the rules? Story by Secret Dentist 7982. Cock-a-doodle don't. He was cold. That's the thing I keep coming back to. Not just still, frigid. I held him for probably longer than I needed to. Kept turning him over in my hands like the answer was going to be somewhere on him, like I had missed something. I hadn't. He was gone. And look, grew up on a farm, have seen animals die in every way you can imagine and a few you probably can't. Death doesn't have a mystery to it once you've been around it enough. It's just the end of a thing. Change. You feel it when you pick them up. Some absence. And you just know. I knew. So I wrapped him up. Found a box in the garage, a leftover shipping box that had been sitting there since Christmas, or maybe longer. Put him in it. It didn't feel right to just throw him straight into the trash, but I also wasn't going to bury him in frozen ground in February, so the trash can it was, lid closed, done. Said something small over it. Not a prayer exactly, more just an acknowledgement. He was a good rooster. Loud, but good. 5 days went by. I fed them Monday, I fed them Tuesday. I don't know why I'm counting days except that it feels important now to account for every one of them. Wednesday, my daughter came over and I told her about him, about how I'd found him, about the coloring I was going to miss in the mornings when the light came through the pen at the perfect angle. She said she was so sorry. We moved on. Thursday, nothing. Friday, nothing. Saturday evening, I go out with the feed bucket and I'm not even really looking at them, just doing the thing. The automatic thing you've trained in if you've kept animals. Do it long enough and your body does it without your brain, and I guess that's the same thing for everything. And something in my peripheral vision catches. A shape. A particular way of moving. I stopped. I don't know how long I stood there before I actually walked over to the fence. It felt like a long time. My feet didn't want to go. Still no comb. That's the detail that keeps breaking my brain open a little every time I turn it over. Because you could tell me I miscounted. You could tell me I imagined the coldness. You could maybe even convince me, with tremendous effort, with enough condescending patience, that I'd confused him with another bird. Except there is no other bird like him. Not on this property. Not in this county, probably. And the comb doesn't grow back. Frostbite took it in January. And it was gone, and it's still gone, and he's walking around the pen like nothing at all happened, like 5 days is nothing, like I didn't hold his dead body in my hands. I've been standing at that fence for 3 nights now, just watching him. Oh, and I did check the garbage, and his body was still there, so what is going on? This one has me stumped, because, okay, what is the difference between inanimate and animate? Is it just that an animate object, usually a living thing, is infused with a soul? Okay. So did this specific a rooster not have a soul? Because how do you duplicate it within the same... Maybe it's a duplicate template, but what caused the duplication in the first place? That is so crazy to me. And I don't like the idea of living entities being duplicatable. It reminds me of an episode in Star Trek, TNG with Riker. But that involved Clark Tech science fiction technology, not just the universe glitching out. Story by Kiwi Spouse. Desert doesn't do mercy. The smell hit before anything else, but not that night. The windows were up, the heater going against the desert cold that surprises people who've never been. It drops fast once the sun goes down, but it's a few days later on my horse. He would have smelled it from the base of that hill, long before I did. His name doesn't matter here. Most horses don't get named in stories like this. They just carry you toward things and then refuse. That's what he did. Planted. All 4 feet, decided at once, and no amount of leg or cajoling was going to move him up that grade, not even to the crest where the road bent flat again and whatever was left of it waited in the high desert night. I'd gone back because that's what eager young people do. There's nothing else. The town, well, calling it a town was generous, had a post office and a feed store and some trailers that had given up on being temporary. It generated heavy boredom that pressed. So you drove back roads in the dark with whoever was your boyfriend that year, and you found things, and then you couldn't stop thinking about what you found. And boy, did we find stuff. The cattle were in pieces, but they weren't eaten. That's the part that stuck with me. Eaten makes sense. Everything out there is hungry. The coyotes, the ravens working in shifts, but this wasn't that. Heads, legs, the suggestion of a rib cage. All of it on the road side of the fence, tucked between wire and asphalt. Like someone had been careful about it, or like something had, which is worse to consider. The other side of the fence is untouched. Green-gray scrub, going on until the mountain said stop. Not skinned either. I knew what skin looked like. You grow up around cattle, you know what people take and what they leave. This was gruesome, inhuman, even in-beast. Is that even a word? My boyfriend is gone now, or just gone from my life, which amounts to the same thing in a story told 45 years on. I don't remember what he said on the drive home. Maybe nothing. Maybe he made some joke that didn't land and I let it sit there. The car was probably running the heater on its last legs. We just drove, the headlights throwing pale cones ahead of us on the dirt, and both of us definitely not saying the thing we were thinking. My horse, back then, knew something. He'd crossed that hill 100 times, knew the particular smell of every dead thing in a 50-mile radius, not a nervous animal by any stretch. And he stopped, refused so completely it became its own answer, or the closest thing to one I'd ever gotten. Whatever was out there was evil. Story by Lavendeer 3746. Cold calls from the other side. This happened a few years ago to me while I worked for my college's phone center. I have a few weird stories from this call center that always freak me out. This is an old school that opened up in the late 1800s. My college always has had ghost stories, especially in the theater, since it's one of the oldest buildings on campus. There was one in particular about this kid who was incredibly involved in the theater and ended up checking out of his own volition in the theater itself. One night after the bars closed and a few good drinks, my buddies and I went into the theater after hours wanting to just talk and walk around. We went to a very small school with very relaxed rules, so nothing was ever locked. While we were all in there, we just got this very intense feeling of dread and loneliness, like we weren't supposed to be there, and promptly left as soon as possible from the bad vibes. We kept hearing footsteps, floorboards creaking, all that nonsense. Until the next day, late at work, I'm doing my calls to alumni and people associated with the school. It was an automated system that would just give us names and phone numbers to call. I'm doing my job, calling all kinds of people, until I get to a name that just feels intensely familiar to me for some reason. I give the number a ring, and I'm talking with this clearly elderly woman who picks up on the phone. She's very kind. I'm giving her parts of my script, asking about her thoughts on the school, until she hits me with, "Is my son still playing around the theater?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" Turns out the woman I called was the mother to the kid who passed away. She ends up giving me her story and everything that has happened. And I'm like, no way. And I tell her about everything that has happened the previous night. She tells me how she has made peace with it and is just happy to hear that he's still just as mischievous as she remembers him. It was honestly such a sweet interaction despite how tragic the event was. It makes me wonder if just having that connection with a spirit brought me to calling her randomly. Maybe it was just a complete chance, but it's something I always think about. So then again I ask, what are the rules, right? Just like with the dog story, you have an echo, an imprint of a person who died. A living being with a soul. And this old lady, the mother, presumably went to visit and knows that their kid is still there. That would be painful. It'd be harder to move on knowing that part of your son is still around, but they're apparently trapped. That seems to be one fixture of the rule where a spirit cannot leave an area where they're tethered to emotionally, past trauma, whatever it might be. Maybe they can, but only temporarily, like the dog moving 2,000 miles away, but they couldn't come back. So maybe they're just location bound mostly, with like some leeway on the rules on that. I don't know, but damn, that's so tough on the mother. I mean, it's tough on everyone. Damn. Story by Comfortable Card 132. 6 feet sideways. It's such a small thing. That's what gets me about it every time I try to explain it to people. There's no drama in a contact case, nothing cinematic about it. And so when I tell the story, I can already see people deciding I must have just forgotten, just set it down somewhere I wasn't paying attention to. Or my mind wasn't paying sufficient attention. And I get that. I've talked myself through that exact explanation probably 100 times. But my grandma saw it, and that's where I beat all the allegations against this personal mystery. I keep landing on that singular fact. She was right there. We were mid-conversation. She wasn't watching from another room, and she saw the case in my hand. Small, orange plastic thing, from a multi-pack. Nothing you'd mistake for something else. I walked maybe 6 feet, through the entryway, turned left into the bathroom. A walk that took no time at all, and somewhere in those 6 feet and no time at all, it was just gone. I didn't consciously feel it happen. I looked everywhere that night, and my grandma helped, which I felt terrible about because she was already exhausted, already running on empty. It sets in when someone you love is in a hospital bed somewhere, and you're home without them for the first time in decades. She shouldn't have been on her knees looking under the bathroom cabinet for my stupid contact case, and I told her not to bother, but she insisted. I love her so much. We of course didn't find anything. I drove home the next morning. My bags went straight from the car to the floor inside the door and hadn't been opened. I walked into my bathroom and there it was sitting on the counter, like it had been waiting for me for the grand reveal. Feels like being on a reality TV show. The boring explanations first. The allegations, I mean. Absent-mindedness, stress, it's all nonsense. I had the case in my hand. I walked 6 feet. Didn't have it. Couldn't have dropped it. And if I had, it would have been found in seconds. And again, my grandma saw me holding it too. Checkmate, skeptics. These days, it's been a while, but I'll notice sometimes I'm doing something ordinary, something my hands know how to do without me, and I'll notice what I'm holding, just for a second, just to make sure it's still there. Story by Focus My Carry, the box he knew first. My brother was 2, not old enough to know what death was. Not old enough to know what a box meant in the context coming, or how adults mean it when they lower their voices. He just kept saying it. Uncle is in a box. You know how kids repeat things, Not because they're trying to make a point, but because the words are there and they keep coming out. A broken track, unaware it's faulty. But in this case, not. My mother didn't know what to do with it. She told him yes, okay, and tried to move him along to something else. Lunch maybe? Whatever you do with a 2-year-old. I've still no experience because I'm not a parent yet. My father heard it and went quiet, though not worried exactly, just he went somewhere else for a flash moment. He didn't say anything about it. My uncle lived somewhere far enough away that my brother had only seen him a handful of times. Couldn't have had a clear picture of him, and even then he was 2. There was no reason for him to be thinking about this man at all, no reason for his small brain to have landed there, on that specific person. The phone rang a few hours later. I wasn't in the room when my father answered it. I heard about all this much later, pieced together from different tellings as family stories get assembled and disseminated over years until you can't always be sure which parts you actually remember and which parts you've just heard so many times they feel like a memory. But the part about my brother, the box, the repetition, the particular flatness of a toddler saying something enormous without knowing it's enormous, those parts, everyone remembered the same way. Anyway, on the phone was the news you've certainly pieced together by now. My uncle had passed away a few hours ago. Nobody had smoothed it out or embellished this, because it doesn't need any extra flair. My brother doesn't remember any of it. I've asked him. He was 2. Of course he doesn't. He grew up normal, unremarkable. Never did anything like it again as far as anyone knows, which is almost the strangest part to me. Not just that it happened, but that it was just once. Just that one afternoon, and then whatever magic my brother conjured blipped away, never to be summoned again. Story by Nusi's Life, A Couch of Quiet Returns. About a year ago, my favorite t-shirt went missing. A Beetlejuice graphic tee, which is probably not important to the story, but somehow feels like it is because it's my favorite. And I like the specificity of it as if it matters, like it wouldn't be the same story if it were plain gray Hanes. I looked all over for it. Closet, floor, the chair in my room that's really just a fabric surface for things I'm not ready to put away, and the classic under my bed, and so many more spots. Obviously I didn't find it. At some point I stopped looking. That's pretty normal, honestly. Clothes disappear, usually socks, but I can accept this. They get swallowed by whatever pocket dimension handles those missing socks. Maybe Beetlejuice is involved. Just a few months ago, my mom texted me a picture of the shirt, asking if it was mine, and I, of course, told her, yeah, that's my shirt. Didn't ask how she had it, or why she was now texting me a photo of it, just confirm it and move on. When something reappears after you've already made your peace with losing it, it doesn't have any weight or feeling to it. This has happened to me before, but not for clothes. The next time I went over to my mom's house, I asked her about the shirt and she told me it was in the living room on the couch. It wasn't on the couch. I looked at both couches, and I really hate telling my mom I can't find something if she tells me it's there, because I'll look as hard as I can, won't find it. Then mom pulls up and grabs it in a microsecond. What the frick is up with moms? Anyway, my mom came in and looked. She was completely certain, not defensive, just sure. That's where she put it. Still folded too. But, for a very rare change of pace, she can't find it now either. My sister still lives there, so we asked her. She said she hadn't taken it on purpose, but admitted she might have picked it up without thinking. So we checked her room, her laundry basket too. The shirt was not there either. At that point, I gave up a second time and went home. A week later, my mom came over and handed it to me. Said it had been right there on the couch the whole time, folded exactly the way she'd left it. Same fold. Like it had just been sitting there patient and unbothered through the entire search, through all of us turning the room inside out looking for it. Which she admits makes no sense. It's in my dresser drawer now. I put it there deliberately. When I'm not wearing it or washing it, that's where it lives, but my gut tells me it's temporary. I just hope it doesn't vanish on me while I'm wearing it. That would be awkward. Sometimes I'll get this small, cold feeling without any thoughts involved, purely emotional, and I'll go check on it, just to see and make sure. It's always there so far, but the checking doesn't really help, because the thing I'm afraid of isn't that it'll be gone, it's that it'll be gone, and then a week later, someone will hand it back to me, and neither of us will be able to explain it, and the shirt will just sit there, folded, and the cycle will repeat forever. Be gone, Beetlejuice. So I don't think Beetlejuice has clothing in mind, although he does kind of dress dapper, doesn't he? So maybe he would like a shirt about himself. He does have an ego as well, so I could see that. But yeah, the actual glitch, I think the fact that you and your mom both searched the couch, I mean, even on your own, it's obvious that you can't miss a shirt being on a couch, unless it's full of junk, but I don't think that was the case in this case. So you and your mom both searched it? It's not there, and eventually it is there. I mean, you could say that, okay, the sister took it, didn't want the heat, so she hid it, and then returned it later on to the couch. Okay, I could buy that, but based on the reaction that you both had, I think she would have just come clean if that was the case. Your sister, Beetlejuice, or the gnomes, or something took it and something brought it back. Story by Twisted F8. Dad's still managing inventory. I moved into my boyfriend's childhood home a few years ago. Let me start by saying it's an odd thing to live in a home that is filled with 50 plus years of someone else's memories, belongings, and photos. I feel the presence of his parents at all times. About 2 years ago, I completely gutted the garage and organized all the tools which belonged to his father. There was a heavy-duty staple gun which I hung on a hook on a pegboard wall. The only memorable feature of this tool was that it still had the faded remnant of an old price sticker on it. Last summer, we repaired the floor in a separate shed, and I took the staple gun out there to fasten rubber mats to the floor. I have no idea where I set it down after that, but I clearly didn't return it to the pegboard in the garage. Fast forward to winter. I needed a staple gun for a project and searched the entire shed and garage multiple times. It was a source of frustration for literally weeks. I was too stubborn to buy another staple gun when I knew for certain we had one already, and I put my project on the back burner as a result. I asked my boyfriend about it many times, and he says he never saw a stapler at all and has no idea. He's really not too handy, and doesn't mess with the tools or fix things. That's my department, just like it had been his father's department when he was alive. If boyfriend had used a stapler, it would have been memorable, and he also rarely puts things away after using them. Eventually, after I had searched everywhere, including inside the house, and decided it was simply gone, I begrudgingly bought a cheap replacement at Harbor Freight. Fast forward again. Yesterday, I went out to the shed to look for some penetrating oil in the cabinet. There's built-ins in the shed that are pretty much just kitchen cabinets, complete with a kitchen counter that's used as a workbench. On the corner of the kitchen counter, right where I do everything, is an antique cardboard box. Arrow T50 heavy-duty all-purpose staple gun tacker. Immediately, I'm like, what the F? I've cleaned and organized the shed, worked in the shed, and I've searched through multiple times for the staple gun, and I've never seen this box in my life. I slid the cover off, and there is indeed a shiny Arrow staple gun in the box, complete with a faded price sticker. I ran into the house to ask my boyfriend if he had found the stapler and put it in the box on the counter. This would be so unlike him to do anyway. He had no idea what I was even talking about. He was never privy to the emotional turmoil I had been through for months over this damn stapler. Story by Lactating Wolverine. The Silence Between Motions. The daily routine in our house is to take our 2 dogs out for a walk and then feed them when we get back home. They're on different foods, so we feed them separately in different rooms. To stop their food getting in their long ears, we put hoodies on their heads. These dogs know the routine well and will go to their respective feeding areas and sit while I put the hoodie on. I do all the feeding in the house. My wife does not get invited. This morning, we went through the routine again. It's the weekend, so my wife is still asleep in bed. Dog 1 gets his hoodie on. I recall mentioning it to my wife yesterday about how he eyes up his food bowl while I'm doing it. I chuckle to myself, give him a pat on the head, and go do the same for Dog 2. A few minutes later, I go back to see Dog 1 licking his empty bowl. His ears are loose, so I assume his hoodie is around his neck. No. I look around the room. He doesn't seem to have pulled it off. I go back into the kitchen. It's sitting on the window ledge where we keep it while not in use. I'm genuinely confused. I did put it on him this morning. I did not remove it and then erase all memory of having done so. I don't know what to make of it. Story by 13 Kittens and Counting. Pool Rules Redefined. For a long time, I was in as much disbelief as you're probably going to be soon. I want to promise I was not having some kind of psychotic break or hallucination. I only have one other witness, my husband, but he remembers it a little differently than I do. A few years ago, me and my husband were staying at some cheap hotel near Pittsburgh because he had to go there for a manager meeting, and we decided to stay a few extra days because we really liked the city and decided we wanted to see a few attractions after his conference and meeting thing was over. This hotel had a standard indoor pool, 3 to 7 feet deep, with a ladder and a staircase into the pool. Here's my perspective. As he was drying off to go get some snacks from the lobby for us, I decided to try to jump in the deep end of the pool because I haven't done that since I was a kid, and I would be the only one there. While he was drying himself off on the chairs on the shorter side of the pool, I walked over to the deep end and was hyping myself up for the jump. For some reason, as I stood on the side of the pool, I had a weird detachment from reality or something of the sort. This is what I would call the glitch. I had a sudden, third-person perspective of myself, like I was piloting myself from directly above. I had an awareness of my body, face, and the parts of myself I couldn't see from above. But I had a weird telepathic knowing, sense or something. Like when you're dreaming and you just know what everything around you looks like without actually seeing it. I had a sort of diamond or weird trapezoid kind of shape above my head, and I wasn't afraid at all. It was just like, yeah, that's the floating mind diamond, obviously. Not a second thought about it. And I remember feeling like the laws of the universe meant that I could never fall, and I could never drop it. So, obviously, I could walk onto the water like a surface and that's how it was, I guess. It felt completely like the laws of physics and space were different, but also that they'd always been that way. It came naturally to me, like how you feel gravity comes naturally to you or any other force. Like I had known these reality rules my whole life, I guess is the best way to put it. So I just walked onto the water to do my dive. I just stepped forward and felt a sort of particle barrier or something between the bottom of my feet and the water surface. And all this time, I'm still not questioning anything like, yeah, obviously that's how this works, kind of feeling. Our perspectives break here. For me, I walked onto the water and was like, oh, now I can't dive? And as if I remember a part of this, in reality, physics, it broke. And I was pulled back to this world and was suddenly hit with a rush of adrenaline as I knew I was going to fall into the water, which I obviously did. In the moment of realization, I heard a cracking sound like really muted, high-pitched thunder, or like someone stepped on a twig. That entire realization, adrenaline, and fall took less than a second. Just snap, back to normal. I came up out of the water to look at my husband, who had a confused sort of what the F look on his face, almost like anger or disgust, mixed with complete and total confusion. I looked back, trying to figure out what the hell had happened. His perspective is that I walked over to the other end of the pool, and he heard a weird hum sound, like a low-pitched flute, mixed with the noises you hear when you put your head on someone's stomach and hear their digestion. He looked up at me, expecting me to also be looking around confused, but saw me acting totally normal. I then stepped out onto the water and started walking out to the middle of the pool, as I also remember. Then, he heard a snap and saw something that appeared like a really small lightning above my head as I fell. We remember everything the same, except he remembered that weird humming that I have no recollection of, and the light I didn't see above my head. But we both remember the sound. Anyway, we told the story to my mom, who's very much the woo-woo witchy type, and she said I snapped into somewhere else, but my body here was doing the same thing it was there, because I had accidentally made myself split into two places at once. I don't believe that entirely, because that's not what it felt like. It felt completely real, and if my husband hadn't witnessed it, I would have thought I had some kind of psychotic break or depersonalization episode. But he saw it too, and told me everything exactly as I remember it, before I told him what I had felt, minus the details of the hum and whatnot. Any idea what this could be? I still don't feel right years later. Again, this is my favorite story because of how rare and unique it is. I think it's the most unique story I've read so far. Certainly the most unexplainable. I mean, walking on water. And also, the thing you described above your head, like a diamond-shaped object or icon, it reminds me of The Sims. And you didn't describe your husband seeing that. He heard a noise and saw a flash of light. It's like a command being entered by the human player in the real world controlling your sim, or reinfusing himself back into it, because I don't think we're just conscious but not playable characters. I think we are the real players from the real world injected in. It's like the Matrix, pretty much. That is my guess anyways, and I think what you're seeing is a bit behind the curtains, behind the scenes, seeing the machinery of things, at least as far as we can, within the simulation. And the auditory and visual bugs, or anomalies, those were manifestations of probably some kind of error, maybe whatever mechanism or device or even a cord you could imagine something is connecting you to the simulation might have been severed temporarily, and this was an attempt to reconnect. That is my best guess. Story by Das Weaver, A Loosened Law of Position. So, I have a guitar that I have been playing pretty much on a daily basis since 1988. Guitar Nerds. It's a Steinberger GL. I've been talking, for the most part, 2 to 8 hours a day for 38 years. It's my main guitar. When I bought this guitar, I also bought a nice, expensive, thick leather strap. Guitar Nerds. It's a Levi Leathers 1.5-inch strap made of garment leather. It's still on the guitar as I write and never comes off except when it goes in the gig bag. On the strap, I have a set of strap locks. Guitar Nerds, Schaller S locks. These strap locks have never been removed from the strap nor guitar since the early 90s. They basically bolt on and become part of the strap, and that's it. But it happened that, in the early 90s, the retaining nut kept unthreading itself because the strap leather was so thick and the threaded part a little too short, which was annoying and dangerous. Expensive guitar plunging to the floor, etc. It's a 1/2-inch nut on a threaded shaft. So I, being a mechanical type, eventually used a socket wrench and Loctite glue to make sure the bitch never moved again. I mean never. Remember, this was in the early 90s, and so for 30 plus some odd years, that bitch didn't move, and I've been playing it daily ever since. A week or so ago, I put on the guitar to practice in the morning like I always do, and the strap felt twisted and uncomfortable, with the edge of the strap digging into my left shoulder. No big deal. Sometimes the strap locks let the strap rotate, so I take off the guitar and try to untwist the strap, but I can't. Here's the glitch. I look at the strap and realize that the strap lock on the neck side is on backwards. Now, understand that this guitar has a strap button on the back of the guitar, which means that in order for the strap to lay flat, the locks go on the opposite side of the strap. The locks were now on the same side. So I'm a bit flummoxed, and I double check to make sure I'm not losing my mind, and then I freak out. So I take the strap lock off, which requires a socket wrench, a pair of needle nose pliers, and some serious torque. There, imprinted into the leather, are the deep marks from the parts of the strap lock, and some overflowed thread lock showing it has been like this for decades, which is freaking impossible. And this whole time I'm questioning my sanity and wondering, what the frick? I cannot convince myself that I've been playing this guitar for 3+ decades with the strap lock on the wrong side. There's no way in hell somebody came in and messed with my setup, or something like that. Because it's only me and my girlfriend, and she cares nothing about my guitars, never mind knowing what size socket would be required, etc. And that guitar is rarely out of my sight. It's pretty literally a part of me. It's not from one of my other guitars, because each has its own strap set to its own specific length, and it would make me insane immediately if I somehow did that. Plus, all my other straps are 3-inch leather straps. Guitar nerds. The cheap Levi's wide straps, $22 from Amazon. The great straps, just not garment leather. So, there we have it. A glitch, a timeline jump, I'm schizo. I have no idea. What the actual frick? I think maybe I died in my sleep and jumped timelines. That actually is the most reasonable explanation. Not much to add on this one besides fully agreeing with you that, yes, the most likely explanation is that you simply went to a different universe. It's so cool and crazy, kinda crazy, that is the most likely explanation. And I like that more people are starting to understand. I mean, it's still within our niche or small community, you could say, of people realizing in quantum immortality and the multiverse is probably real, maybe the simulation too. But it is growing, I think, and that's just awesome. Story by Possible Click 7923, a fleshy hardware update. I touched my monitor with the middle knuckle area of my fingers, not the main hard knuckles, the middle joints, because I thought there was a scratch or a hair on my screen. It was a thin dark line that could be anything, probably a smear or a dead pixel, something that got there while I was sleeping. It was an automatic reaction, right after seeing it too. My hands were clean, but still not a great idea to directly touch your monitor like this. When I touched that spot, my fingers went into the monitor for around 2 seconds and I felt nothing. No resistance whatsoever. What the hell? My hand was in it, like there was no surface there. And I want to be careful about how I say this, because I know how easy it is to dress something up after the fact, to make it sound more dramatic than it was. But I'm not doing that like at all. It wasn't like pushing through something soft. It was more like the absence of anything to push through. Like reaching into a doorway, except the doorway was a solid thing a moment before. It shocked me so much that I instantly pulled my hand back. Then I looked at the exact spot where my knuckle had been, trying to understand what had happened. The screen just sat there bright as ever, no damage to it. Whatever was open on it, I can't even remember now, but probably YouTube. The screen looks completely normal. I've been sitting here for maybe 20 minutes, opening and closing my hand, testing my fingers against the edge of my desk, the ceramic of my mug, the wall next to the window, even my own body. Everything is solid and my hand sends normal texture signals to my brain as I caress everything in sight. Everything where it's supposed to be. I touched the monitor again, in the same spot too, but slowly, and it was fine, just glass, warm and slightly gritty. So, there's no explanation that makes sense, and I can't tell if that's better or worse than if something had actually been wrong with it. Has anyone else had this happen? Like touching something solid and suddenly there's just no barrier there for a moment? I know how it sounds, but that's exactly what happened. If anyone else has experienced this, please let me know so we can talk about it. I need answers. I'm not someone who posts things like this, by the way. I want to say that too. I've been reading on these forums for years, and I read the threads about glitches and simulations and whatever, and I scroll past them. I'm not saying any of that. I'm just saying my hand went somewhere it shouldn't have been able to go, and then it came back, and now everything is normal. That's saying a lot on its own, I think. So another case where the laws of physics simply cease to function. Is this similar to the pool story where, for some reason, your player character in the real world disconnected for a moment? Maybe that translates to objects that they're tethered to losing cohesion in some form. The laws of physics that govern it, they bend and even break in some cases. Like the Neo when he realizes that the world is fake. But beyond just fake, malleable. It's one thing to know something, it's another to fully internalize and feel it, right? You can know many facts, but there's a higher level to just knowing something. There's truly understanding and believing it, which is especially if you're in the Matrix, even if you're aware of the simulation with concrete fact, it would still be hard to just jump out of a plane or something, even though you know, okay, I'm just going to wake up in the real world or whatever, or go to a different universe. There's a part of you inside that isn't fully connected to that, even if you knew for a fact. So when you cross that threshold and you fully embrace it, things awaken. Story by Snoo73340. Logic was closed in this lane. Yesterday, I went around a curve in the right lane of a 2-lane arterial roadway towards a bridge and saw that there was road construction in that lane. Orange cones trailing off ahead of me, a flagger somewhere in the distance I couldn't quite make out yet. It's a setup I recognize subconsciously before real thoughts swirl around my head. My foot is already off the gas pedal. The left lane was backed up almost to the curve and traffic was completely stopped. I signaled to move over just ahead of a white Mustang, but the driver wouldn't let me in. I don't know why I remember it being a Mustang, but I do. There's something about the way certain drivers sit in certain cars, and Mustang owners have a very specific aura. He pulled up close, closed the gap. Not aggressive exactly, just deliberate, making sure I understood he's the boss man. I moved up one car by a white SUV, and the driver let me in, just like that. Didn't make a thing of it. I remember feeling something loosen in my chest. Primal gratitude might be the words for it when a fellow driver is kind to you. Which is embarrassing to admit, but there it is. We waited about 20 minutes before traffic started moving. Long enough that I'd stopped thinking about any of it. The radio and the heat of the dashboard made me drift off a bit. You forget there were ever other cars. But as I went to cross the bridge, the Mustang was right behind me. I noticed it because of the color, a very particular and intense flat white, and something about the front end. I thought, and then I looked for the SUV in my mirrors, in the lane beside me, ahead, anywhere, and it wasn't there anymore. There was nowhere the SUV could have gone. The bridge has no exits and traffic is stacked. There were no turnoffs between the merge point and where I was at. It'd been stop-and-go traffic the whole time, never lost sight of what was around me, and still. I drove the rest of the way home, and made dinner and didn't think about it again, until this morning, and even now I'm not sure what I'd be claiming. That a white SUV let me into traffic and then stopped existing? That sounds freaking insane. But I've been going back over it and I can't find the part where it fits, where it went, what I missed. The Mustang was right there. Close enough that I could see the driver. Same guy, same boss posture. And ahead of him, just little old me. Okay, so another example of space-time portals have to be targetable, because I don't believe this SUV was fiction. When you're in traffic, everything is tightly compacted. It's almost like compressing gas. If there's a gap, they would be filled. So the SUV had to be there, not just according to you and your perception, but everyone else's perception. So everyone else that was aware of the SUV would be equally as befuddled as you are. But more importantly, again, space-time portals, they have to be targetable. Or they're like one-time use things. Maybe that's also possible. But what the hell causes them, and where do they come from? Are they alien inventions or spawns, or the government testing something? I don't know. It's one of those things that is solved in the direct mechanism, right? But we don't know why it exists to begin with. I mean, a lot of things we just don't know, but that's one of the bigger questions for us, for sure. Maybe one day we'll have our own space-time tools. It's kind of like the portal gun, right? In the game Portal. But you have an exit point that you can direct. And I think that is part of the mechanism, if I had to guess. There is an exit that you can specify as well. If it was purely random, that'd be kind of useless. Story by Princess Dead. Something between here and there. A few months ago, I graduated from Law University, and my grandparents got me these gorgeous gold earrings. Yesterday, I was going to go out and I decided to wear them. As I was putting them on, one earring slipped out of my hand and dropped on the floor. I searched everywhere. Floor, carpet, under the bed, moved my closet, etc. Nowhere to be found. I don't wear jewelry a lot. These were real gold and very special to me because they hold a sentimental value. I got home and before sleeping, I did another extensive search in my room. Just gone. I was so upset I called my mom to come over in the morning to help me search. You know all the stories of small stuff disappearing and reappearing in strange places? I remember reading all of them in the past of fays and gnomes taking things, etc. Before I went to sleep, I was thinking about how weird the whole situation is, and I was so desperate, I started saying out loud things like, "Please, I beg you to give me my earrings back." In the morning, my mom came early, woke me up, and we had no trouble finding the earring. It was on one part of the floor. I was so happy. But since it's a Sunday, I was just chilling and decided to go on my laptop and play some games. My mouse pad is gone. I use my laptop a lot. I do some part-time internship from home, and my laptop mouse is always on the table. I can't find it anywhere. I don't carry it around the house. It's just gone. I'm not going to ask for it back. I'll buy a new one on Monday. The gnomes can have it. Story by Victory Dance. Egg.exe has recovered. I brought a hard-boiled egg to work for breakfast today that was already peeled and cut in half. I keep a mini bottle of Frank's Red Hot sauce at my desk, so I put some of that on the egg. After already putting the hot sauce on the egg, I noticed that the sauce looked kind of separated in the bottle, so I double-checked the date and it was good. I wanted to eat just a quarter piece of the egg in case the hot sauce tasted bad, so I used a plastic fork to cut one half of the egg in half again. And I was frustrated because I wasn't cutting through the egg very well. I ate the quarter piece of the egg and it tasted fine. Then my friend texted me saying that she was nearby and wanted to stop by to go grab her sunglasses that she had left in my car the other day. So I went out to the parking lot to meet her and was gone for about 5 minutes. I came back inside, and when I went to eat another piece of my egg, there were 2 entire halves again. There should have been a half and a quarter. I'm absolutely certain that I cut half of the egg into quarters and then ate a quarter piece of the egg because of wanting to taste the hot sauce, being annoyed by the plastic fork, and confirming that the hot sauce tasted okay. So it wasn't like I got distracted by my friend and never actually took a bite. I know I quartered a piece and I know I ate it. So how was the egg in 2 full halves again? Story by XBunnyXP. A chocolate buff applied. I went to Costco with my mom because she was picking up some snacks for her students. She told me I could pick up a couple of snacks for myself too, so I chose a giant box of Oreos and a giant box of Rice Krispie treats. A couple days later, I was bored, and what do you do when you're bored? I eat. At the time, I was in the mood for something salty and was kind of mad at myself for not picking up some chips or something. Anyway, I decided to eat some Oreos, thinking once I began eating them, maybe I'll develop the taste for something sweet. Now keep in mind, these Oreos come in a large box of 12 packs. Each pack contains 13 Oreos, which I always thought to be a weird amount. why not 12 or 14? Unfortunately, after eating the first Oreo, I was turned off and put the rest of them in a Ziploc bag for another day so they wouldn't get stale. A few days later, I'm in the mood for Oreos, so I open the Ziploc, but both sides are completely sealed, like straight out of the factory, as if it had never been opened before. I counted the amount of Oreos in the pack and compared it to a few of the others still in the box, and of course, there were only 12 compared to 13. Meaning, I had eaten from the pack in the Ziploc, yet it somehow perfectly sealed itself shut, as if it had never been opened before. I was spooked, but still ate the rest of the Oreos anyway, and put the Ziploc to the side. A few hours later, I'm in the mood for Rice Krispies. The box is a variety pack, so it has a full chocolate flavor, a chocolate drizzle flavor, and a candy-coated chocolate flavor. The candy-coated chocolate ones are very inconsistent. Sometimes they would be coated with 1 chocolate, sometimes they'd be coated with 10. I opened one of the candy-coated chocolate ones, and I remember vividly that there were only 2 of them on the Rice Krispie, so I loosely put back in the wrapper, took the same Ziploc that I had the Oreos in, and put the Krispie in there. I opened another Krispie, and fortunately that one had a decent amount of chocolate on it, so I ate that one. A couple days later, I'm ready to eat the plain Rice Krispie, mostly plain. So I opened the Ziploc, and I kid you not, when I pulled back the wrapper, it was filled to the brim with chocolate. Sadly, I forgot exactly how many I counted, but it was around 12 to 14. Again, I still ate the Rice Krispie, but ultimately threw away the Ziploc bag as I was creeped out. Story by Ludi Bick, A Moody Ring. When I was in 3rd grade, I went to a book fair and got a bunch of stuff about magic. My uncle was already teaching me about the metaphysical stuff in the world from a young age, up until he died a couple years ago. He was still a practicing Catholic, but studied Eastern religions and philosophies too. He was always very level-headed. He used to work for the State Department, had a security clearance, but was super spiritual. Anyways, I got this mood ring at a book fair. The girl who sat next to me in history class had glasses. We used to do typical elementary school antics like whisper and tickle each other, etc. Well, I had the mood ring, had been reading about magic and manifestation. I tried to impress her by telling her I could make the ring vanish if I put it in her glasses case. Of course, I was assuming it wouldn't work and was just being silly. I was a kid, right? Well, when I convinced her to let me put the ring in her case and keep it in her desk, I told her I could make it vanish within 10 seconds if I focused. I kid you not, the crap happened. We were both flabbergasted. It happened like twice, and the last time, the ring never came back. Story by Anonymous. The clone department is hiring. I've always struggled with employment. It's a sad fact of life that whatever they say about the economy, good or bad, no one seems to ever want to hire people. And it's not just me. But anyway, this story happened back in 2018 when I was driving down to a timber framing company business center. I heard they were hiring, and I had decent labor experience even back then. The very first thing that hit me as I entered the office area was how chilly it was. I'm used to offices being kept around 68 Fahrenheit. This had to be much lower, maybe 60. Can't imagine what their electricity bill must have been. But that was odd in of itself, especially given how half the employees in the office were women, who in my experience despise cold indoor air. They were bundled up in cardigans and thicker sweaters, but still strange. What I consider a real mystery to this day were the men. They were all identical to each other. And I mean identical. Stubby, and they had the same length of blonde beards, same haircuts, same formal white shirts with formal pants overalls, same faces, obviously. If you imagine cloning humans and dressing them up the same, having them filtered through the same barber line and file, this would be the inevitable result. I'm well aware of the doppelganger phenomenon, but this vastly exceeds that. There were at least 6 men all the same. The women were all distinct, which is another disconnected piece of the puzzle. Separate to the office entrance area and the back area, with the men clones, there's another space to the right. One big window, but a closed door, locked I presumed, with yet another man 100% off a printing press like the rest. Blonde, beard, clothes, facial features, you name it. These guys could all impersonate each other's identities with no effort or suspicion. As weird as this was, I still spoke with the secretary at the front and told her I was looking for work. She buzzed the boss in the office, he came out, I told him I was looking for a job and handed him my resume. A bit gauche, I know, but I'm straight to the point and always have been. He left it on the secretary's desk and said thanks. He'd look at it later. Don't know if he ever did. Never got a call back, and no, I didn't inquire as to the freaking weirdness of the clone army they were cooking up in the back. I don't really think they were dangerous, but it was just too weird. And I think the only danger would be asking questions. Yeah, this is a weird story, and I have no real solutions like doppelgangers. You can probably explain that with multiverse theory. It's just either someone ported over their whole body to the same universe and they don't really belong, but it's just one. But having 6, I guess with the boss, it would be 7 copies identical. And to have them all in the same place and interacting, working together, and no one, how does that even happen? Even if it's in the same geographic area and they just happen to live close to each other and they all happen to be hired by the same guy, there's just no way. The odds of that are impossible. They're astronomical on top of astronomical. And then that everyone would just be calm and cool about it. No one, it's like, if that was just really a mundane thing that happened, no glitches at all, everyone there who'd come in would obviously be like, what the hell's going on? Why do you have a clone army in the back? And they would ask those questions. I mean, maybe some people would be afraid to ask like you were, and I understand that. I don't know if I would ask anything either, but some people would ask, and it would be a topic. They'd have like a sign up like, don't worry, this is normal. Yes, they're all clones, but move on. It's not important or something like that. They'd have a sign plastered like, okay, we know this is weird. Don't worry about it. But no, they just act like it's normal. So it's almost like they don't see each other as the same. Was this some hallucination? Would be a very weird one though, right? I don't know. I can't explain this one, but the fact it's so weird is definitely interesting. Story by Character Cat, 8178. The Great Magnetic Escape. First of all, if you don't know what a cassette tape is, Google it and you'll see. In 1994, I just got the latest cassette tape in the mail from BMG Music. Opened it up, placed it inside the tape player, and pressed play. You should know the first few seconds of the tape are clear, and then the music plays. All cassette tapes are like this. When the clear part passed, the music began, but then it stopped. I turned around and pushed play. It started again. I turned my head and it stopped. I pushed play, but the button wouldn't click in place. It refused to play the tape. I took it out thinking it needed a little hand tuning. When I put the tape back in the player, closed the lid and pushed play, it stopped and the door opened and tried to eject the tape, but my hand was right there and prevented it. I let a few minutes pass and then tried again to play. This time, the music played normally. I stood there watching for a couple of minutes with my hand on the door. At the exact moment I removed my hand, the door popped open and the tape flew out above my head. I immediately followed the tape to the spot where it landed behind me. As I was reaching down, the cassette tape disappeared. I was looking at it when it happened. There, then not there. I searched everywhere naturally, but I found nothing. 6 months later, as I was packing things to move to another home, I found the tape. It was wedged up behind the tape player, tucked up underneath the bottom of it. There was no freaking way that was possible, but it happened. The real question you had to ask is, what was responsible for that to happen? Bottom line, there was an invisible infernal force that I had been battling with for over a year. It wreaked havoc on me and my family all that time. It performed those little stunts just to chip away at your sanity. It did much worse things than make a tape disappear. Story by Don't Ask Again is taken. Apartment version 2.0. My old roommate and I were apartment shopping. We looked at about a half dozen places. We wouldn't really discuss anything about the place until we were in his car after. We ended up really liking the last one we looked at and decided to get it. A few days go by and we're both off work. so we head to the last complex to sign the lease. When we got to the office, things were gone. I figured it was the time of day and all the natural light that meant the staff and hue of the walls were different. While I was thinking about this, my roommate asked to see the room one more time. They agree and take us to the unit. We looked around for a minute or two. I asked the agent for some privacy so we could have a discussion. Once the front door closed, I asked, "Is it just me, or is everything different?" My roommate agreed. He noticed on the first visit that in the office the lounge was to the left and the gym was to the right. The pool was to the west instead of east. Once inside the unit, the whole layout was different. We both agreed that it was the same location, same name, etc. Just so much was reversed. Even the manager's name and rent was the same as our notes. We got the apartment and it kicked butt. Best place I ever lived by far. But I still sometimes think that we woke up in a different timeline, a reversed timeline. Story by Particular Lychee, 1794. The Pen That Played Dead. I lost my favorite pen last night at the end of my bed on the sheet. It's a dark gray fitted sheet. Nothing is loose with one blanket, aka there's no material that's really loose on the bed except for the blanket. This morning, I went back to the bottom of the bed, flipped up the blanket, and looked again. Wasn't there. I did not touch the bed or anything after this. I didn't move. I turned my head toward the front of the mattress and blanket and thought, maybe it fell between the bed frame. As I turned my head back down to the spot I had just checked, there it was, clear as day. It actually jump scared me. I never thought I'd be jump scared by a pen. I grabbed it and ran out of the room. I tried to look it up to see if I was crazy, and instead all this glitch in the matrix stuff came up. It doesn't make any sense for a few reasons. The sheet is dark gray, the pen is bright aqua blue. It's easily seen. I took the blanket off and shook it out last night. Nothing was there. I looked at the same spot last night, because I've known I set it there, and this morning, nothing was there. If the pen had been there all night, I would have kicked it off easily. I would have felt it hit my foot at the minimum. It would be right by my left foot, 2 inches from the end of the mattress. Story by Snake Flaps, Tinked and Lost. When I was 27, I was working a side gig as a seamstress at a haunted house in an abandoned strip mall church. Everyone said it was actually haunted, and I'm somewhere between a believer and a skeptic. So I didn't really believe it, but I can't discount my one super weird experience. I was prepping for a night of sewing and setting up my machine and threading in the bobbin with the bobbin plate cover. A small, thin, and flat piece of plastic about 1 inch by ½ inch that sits over the cavity where the bobbin gets threaded in to give you a flat surface to work on. Sitting on the table I was working at, I managed to knock it off the table and heard it land right by my feet on the concrete floor with a little tink noise. When I leaned down to grab it, it was gone. Just completely gone in a room that was almost entirely empty except for some old pews that the actors would hang on during the break. I scoured every inch of that floor with a flashlight for over an hour, convinced I must have kicked it or something when I went to grab it. I finally gave up and used my credit card as a makeshift cover for the bobbin, just for the evening, and moved the furniture back where it was supposed to go at the end of the night. The next day I went back, moved all the furniture, and reset my table to where I needed it, set myself up to begin my work, and when I scooted my chair up to the desk, I felt the bobbin plate cover under my foot, exactly where it would have landed when I dropped it the day before, having reappeared out of thin air. I still get the weirdest chills when I think about it. Story by Wonderful Weather, 507. A very friendly Longview. When I was a teenager, my mom took me on a road trip over in Washington State. Dad was working back home. This was spontaneous. Thinking about it, I suspect they were having marital issues, but they're still together decades later, so hooray on however they salvaged things. But yeah, we were driving around, nothing but rural roads and large trees to keep us cozy company. We were navigating by paper map, before GPS days. You youngins have no idea how easy you have it, let me tell you. but we came across a road that seemed to go on forever, and that we couldn't find on the map. I was a designated navigator, a prestigious title, yes. Failing in my only duty, it seems I was. Eventually, after almost an hour of zooming, we came across an old-looking gas station on the outskirts of Longview, Washington. The operator there was happy to try to help us with directions, fill our tank up with gas, but as we described the road we had taken to get there, he had no idea where it was. No straight road in the area you could drive for over a half an hour on in any direction. Everything's curvy and windy in these parts. Another local heard us talking, maybe because my mom was becoming more and more agitated as the minutes went by. It bothered her more than it did me at the time. Older chap, also kind. Why is everyone so kind over here? Lovely. But he injected in and said too that there's no roads like that in these parts. We believed them, which meant the road we drove on was either extremely hidden, but not because it connected onto the I-5. Not a major artery, but enough space to safely merge in. Or it didn't exist, but it was paved. So wouldn't that rule out a logging road? Since then, with Google Maps now, I've scanned it many times and never found anything like the road we were on. Almost perfectly straight for dozens of kilometers. So yeah, probably just multiverse theory in this one. Space-time portals have to be able to connect to different universes too. I always just thought and assumed that it was just within the confines of the same universe and really the same planet. I guess you could, in theory, Rosen-Einstein bridges, which is what this would basically be in terms of the mathematics that we know allow for wormholes. There isn't a limit on distance, so if it was stable, which again, pointing out that as far as we know, they should be unstable even for a proton to go through. But assuming, our government or aliens or whatever have the technology to create stable Einstein-Rosen bridges or wormholes, they could go anywhere in the universe, pretty much. There'd be no real limit to that. Maybe the energy required to go greater distances, but you could, in theory, end up anywhere. But if we're talking about different universes, that's a different layer entirely. That's still only theoretical, at least scientifically speaking. We do have the many worlds interpretation for quantum phenomena. We have issues where the future cannot be written. However, in the classical Einstein general relativity, it kind of is, because everything is on a world line and time itself is a fixed pathway. Time is just a destination, not really a journey in that view. But this doesn't really align with different quantum phenomena that are truly random, like cesium decay, an atom's decay, the exact time that an individual particle will decay, and the vector orientation of that decay is completely random, and there's no hidden information within these atoms. So the universe itself doesn't know, which means the future isn't predicted, so these are incompatible. One way to fix that is to say that any event that can happen spawns a different universe, and they're all out there. So the future is kind of written within each universe. However, there's almost infinite universes, and everything that can happen happens in one of them. So that's how they get around it. And it's an interesting concept, and it certainly allows for all these theories about the multiverse and everything. I'm kind of going on a tangent again, which I always do, but yeah, I just think that space-time portals are some link for this multiverse ocean, the vast web that is beyond large. As if we need a larger reality, because the universe itself, just the one we know we're in right now, is already so freaking large. It's incomprehensible. But yeah, reality's just big. What can you say? And there might be these space-time Rosen bridges that allow us to travel it even between universes. So yeah, that's probably what happened here. Or it was just some road that back then was paved but not on any map and still isn't now today. And the locals don't know about it. That's not impossible, but it is unlikely. Story by Ashley Elisa. Loot and the Side Quest. About 6 months ago, I came back from a work trip where I'd brought 5 Nintendo Switch video games with me. I'm a creature of habit and always put my video games in the same 2 spots, if not 1 spot. Electronic pouch. They're in a specific backpack pocket. Well, a bit after I unpacked, I thought, where are my Switch games? I immediately go into a frenzy, looking for $300 worth of games, since I rarely misplace things. I turned my office upside down, looking in all the places it could possibly be. No luck. My wife could tell that I was stressed and sad at the thought of losing a chunk of my games. Most of them were ones we played together. She goes out of her way to double-check places I've already looked at, just so we can be sure I didn't overlook them. Again, no luck. At this point, I sulk in the sadness and begin to accept that I lost them for good. I stopped looking for them, since we couldn't find them anywhere. Fast forward to today. I'm shopping the internet and thinking about getting a Nintendo Switch 2. I go down the rabbit hole and start looking at games just to be reminded of the games I scroll by, I once had and lost. I get the idea. Let me check my electronics pouch one more time. No clue where that fleeting thought came from, and why there specifically. I run into the office, open my pouch, and 6 months later, all the games are in there. I searched this pouch at least 6 times, removed every single thing from it, had my wife do the same thing on her own. We did it together, and the games were not in this pouch. All that to say, 1. I'm elated I found my games. 2. Where the hell were they this entire time? And 3. What timeline did we jump to? I always read Glitch in the Matrix stories, and wondered when I'd have something to contribute. If my wife never looked as well, she'd probably think I just didn't look hard enough, but she did, so she's just as baffled as I am. Story by Same Celebration 648. Walked Out of Time. Okay, so this just happened last week, but I'm still so freaked out by it. I was getting ready in my bathroom to go out that night and realized I left my makeup in my mom's room. So I went to get my makeup out of her room, and when I opened the door, my dog ran past me out of the door, scratching his paws and barking as he went downstairs. I thought it was odd that my dog was trapped in my mom's room because that situation that I just described happens very often, but with my cat. She's never kept my dog in her room because he hates being separated from us, and constantly barks and makes noise if he ever gets left somewhere. So my first thought was that my mom was intentionally keeping him in her room for some reason, and I felt bad that I let him out. After I grabbed my makeup, I went right back to the bathroom, and my dad yelled up to me asking where my mom was. I said I don't know, and he asked me, "Is she taking the dog on a walk?" Since we were all getting ready to leave, and that's typically what happens before we go out. I told him no, she couldn't be, because I just saw our dog run out of her room like 30 seconds ago when I let him out. My mom's bedroom is directly next to the bathroom, so this whole encounter took place in about 30 seconds, maybe a minute. My dad said okay, but was confused where my mom was. About 1 to 2 minutes later, at the most, my mom walked through the front door with our dog. I was so confused and asked my mom where she was. She said she'd been taking our dog out for a walk to the store in our neighborhood and left about 15 minutes ago. I felt so scared and didn't know what to say to my parents because I knew I would sound crazy telling them that I just saw our dog a minute or 2 ago when I let him out of her bedroom. I genuinely have no idea what happened, but I haven't stopped thinking about this because I know I did see our dog. I heard the scratches. Now time for the jokes of the day. I called work this morning and whispered, "Sorry boss, I can't come in today. I have a wee cough." He exclaimed, "You have a wee cough?" I said, "Really? Thanks boss, I'll see you next week." Granddaughter made her first proper dad joke. I asked her to take the bins out and she said, "Why? I'm not dating them." Wife, did you know it takes 5 sheep just to make 1 sweater? Me, I didn't even know they could knit. Did you know Albert Einstein died from a blood clot in the brain? It was a stroke of genius. I had to tell my patient I'd dreadfully messed up his plastic surgery. I'll never forget the look on his elbow. A cop asked me, "Do you know how fast you were going?" I told him, "I was just trying to keep up with traffic." He looked around and said, "There is no traffic." That's how far behind I am. Did you hear about the guy who died when a periodic table fell on him? The official cause of death was exposure to the elements. Today I learned alligators can live up to 100 years, which is why there's an increased chance that they will see you later. What's the difference between a dad joke and an athletic rabbit? One's a bit funny, and the other's a fit bunny. My wife asked me, "Do you think our kids are spoiled?" I said, "No, I think they're supposed to smell like that." Maybe they need a bath. The doctor asked me on a scale of 1 to 10 what my arthritic pain level was. I told him pi. He asked, "Pi?" I said, "Yes, my pain is a little greater than 3, and it's continuously shifting slightly, but never ending." Such an irrational pain. My wife went to the spa today and got a bikini wax. She told me it made her feel like $1,000,000. I said she looked like a Brazilian. I asked the surgeon if I could administer my own anesthesia. He said, "Sure, knock yourself out." Gotta get a good right hook in. Why is your nose in the middle of your face? Because it's the center. A drunk guy wakes up in jail and says, "Why am I here, officer?" "For drinking," replies the cop. "Great," says the man. "When do we start?" Woman, I regret ever joining that Star Wars dating app. Man, you were looking for love in all around places. Woman, and I really regret marrying a Star Wars pun addict. Man, it was a Wookiee mistake. Woman, just sign it. Man, signing. May divorce be with you. May the force be with us all. My son came to me and asked, "Dad, can you explain to me what is a solar eclipse?" Then I responded to him, "No, son." Went to the doctor about my obsessive bragging, and he gave me an anti-boasting cream. I can't wait to rub it in. Did you hear about the new Chinese light bulbs? They never burn out, they just dim some. My dad just finished making a model of Mount Everest. I asked him if it was to scale. He said, "No, it's a look at." I need to rehome a dog. It's a small terrier and tends to bark a lot. If interested, let me know. I will jump over the neighbor's fence and get it for you. Reminds me of the Seinfeld episode where Kramer and Elaine conspire with Newman to steal the neighbor's dog because it keeps yapping. Oh man. Newman had a more permanent solution in mind. What do you call a Viking who lost his boat? A hiking. My girlfriend and I were watching a cop show together. One thing that always bothered me. When the main characters storm a building, their backup come in with full body armor, heavy assault weapons, and helmets. The main characters don't. I complained about this to her, and she said they don't need all that. They have plot armor. I love that woman. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a mom joke, I guess. I went to the doctor yesterday, and she wanted me to get some blood work done. While the phlebotomist was readying the vials, she asked me, "Are you able to give a urine sample?" I responded, "You're in luck." Apparently she never heard that one before. Would think that's common, but it's a good one. I finally worked up the courage to ask my blind coworker if she was currently seeing anyone. She said, "No, but I have a boyfriend." It's tough around blind people because so much language that's automatic involves references to sight in some way. You gotta be careful. I asked my wife if she wanted to go out to dinner tomorrow, and she said yes. I'm pretty excited to have the apartment to myself for the evening. And just pack her away if you need a, quiet moment. What kind of doctor was Dr. Pepper? He was a physician. Such a good drink. What does a mortician and an electrician have in common? They're both shocked when they touch a live one. I told my suitcase there would be no vacation this year. Now I'm dealing with emotional baggage. Yeah, they always get emotional, huh? Just when you think you know for sure vegetables can't use phones. Onion rings. Man, I could go for some onion rings right now. Have plenty of fries all the time, but onion rings? They're quite special, very unique. You don't want them all the time, but damn, when you get the craving for them, yeah, they're ready to go. Like a nice chicken sandwich with that and onion rings. Oh my god. My wife is furious with me because she found a bunch of hidden letters that revealed I was cheating. Now she refuses to play Scrabble at all. I mean, that's still a great offense. You don't want to cheat in games, come on. My girlfriend is like the square root of minus 100. A solid 10, but also imaginary. What do you call a typo on a tombstone? A grave mistake. I'm developing a game where you have to go back in time to assassinate Adam. It's a first-person shooter. Literally. But you should go after the apple or the snake, or just cut down the tree. You're not supposed to eat the apple, but you can cut the tree down, right? I don't know. Do you know how rare it is for a cow to get hit by lightning? Medium rare. Alright. Glitches up here. If you haven't seen them, check them out, and see you next time.